Hey there, Knicks fans. You hear us talking about fair play, earning fan cash on your bets, even sweepstakes to win more fan cash. But now it's time to talk squad bets with FANATICS Sportsbook. Squad bets is the smartest way to parlay, so one underperforming leg doesn't bust your bet. Build a custom squad bet by combining player stats into one bet. Pick points, rebounds, assists, or threes and set your target. With squad bets, your bet stays alive till the very end, because when one player slips, another could step up. One player cannot bust your parlay. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's squad bets only on FANATICS Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be dreaming, right? It didn't just happen. Couldn't have just happened. Welcome to the Knicks Film School Postgame Show, presented by FANATICS Sportsbook. I think I'm Jonathan Macri. That's Benjy Ritholtz. I know that, and I cannot wait to pick his. I'm going to keep Benjy here until 2 in the morning. Sorry for your family and work schedule tomorrow. But I just got to get something out of the way. I think I'm Jonathan Macri. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure because a year ago, almost to the day, I experienced something that made me feel like my life as a Knicks fan had been predetermined in the stars, where I have been extraordinarily fortunate in my life in every respect. And I just kind of thought, well, can't have it all. And the team that you love more than you have any business loving, I guess that was just going to be the thing that was going to balance out all the other good stuff that I get to enjoy in life. And that what made that moment, that made that game so painful was, yeah, it had been decades, but the scars from 8 points in 8.9 seconds, the finger roll, Charles Smith, like all those scars were 2 for 18 shit. All those scars, they had happened 20 to 25 to 30 years ago. They might as well have happened yesterday. And as a Knicks fan, you live with those scars and you carry them with you like a burden, like a badge of honor if you want, whatever. They don't go away. And then you get to that game last year and it happens like it did. And you say, well, shit, I guess this is just what our destiny is going to be. And doesn't that suck? And how unfortunate that is. And I didn't think that there would ever be anything the Knicks could do to take that away and to make it so that that was upended by something else, something more powerful, which is why, as I'm sitting here tonight, I don't know that I am Jonathan Macri, because Jonathan Macri would not get to experience tonight as a Knicks fan. I still don't believe that happened, because that could not have happened. Not to us, not as Knicks fans after everything we've been through. And yet it did. And we're going to sit here and we're going to talk, Benjy, about the most improbable, out of the blue, all-time shit. The NBA's been around for 80 years. What did I think I saw something, the biggest comeback since 1970. I don't know if that was the biggest fourth quarter comeback since 1970 or biggest whatever. I didn't see the context, but like 1970, well, shit, I'm not even that old. You could watch basketball for decades and never see anything like that. You see teams come close, But then an Evan Mobley hits a three, and it's like, all right, you gave it the old college try. And especially when you come down, and I forget who missed the next shot, but it was like, all right, well, you know what? It's at least I'm gonna have something positive to pick Benji's brain on moving forward, because it's like they did some good things there, and they seem to figure some stuff out on both ends of the court. You don't win that game. You don't actually win it. And I'm sitting here and I have the fucking page up. It says 115 Knicks, 104 Cleveland Cavaliers. That score can't be right. There has to be an error. This has to be some kind of a joke that everybody's playing on all of us. I don't believe what we just saw. Benjy Ritholtz, talk to me.
I'm pretty speechless, John. I was making all sorts of noises that have never come out of me, ever. I've promised myself, as you know, that this postseason I'm going to enjoy the ride.
Yes.
I get very analytical. I think about the game a lot. I think about what works, what doesn't work, what adjustments can be made. So we're going to get into all of that over the next couple days and tonight. This team is so damn special. They are so special. I tweeted this months ago. I can't even remember what game it was after. And honestly, I don't even remember if they won the game or if they came back and lost the game. Honestly, I don't remember the game, but I know I tweeted it. I'll find it after we finish here. And it was something like, this team has the absolutely incredible ability, no matter how poorly it is going, you feel like they're going to find a way to get it to a possession game. It is uncanny how often they dig themselves out of the absolute morass. And parts of this game was as sluggish and as stagnant as we've ever seen them. And the contrast from what we've watched over the last couple of weeks to this was shocking. Not necessarily unpredictable, but shocking. And I'm telling you, 13 points after the third quarter, or whatever, 13 or 15, whatever it was. I'm like, you know what? Brunson got himself to the free throw line over and over and over again as they're attacking him on defense over and over again. But he's keeping it reasonable by just willing himself to the free throw line. This game's not over because this team will find something, because that's what they do, John. It doesn't always mean they win. God knows, you just talked about one of the worst losses we've ever experienced just over a year ago, where the bounce didn't go their way, and this time it went their way. But they will get it to that point, and that in and of itself is such a special attribute, and I just want to take a moment to thank them for that. I have such confidence in their effort, they're just winners, John. They're winners. Doesn't mean they're going to win a championship, but they're freaking winners. They give you these moments over and over again. They make it a game no matter what. And I just that's how I want to start, to just say, man, what a special group of players this is. The will to win is extraordinary, and they deserve so much credit for that.
I could not have put it better myself. What I will say now is one of the things that I've been struggling with over the last, as the team ascended to these crazy levels that we've seen over this now 8 game. They've won 8 playoff games in a row, Benji. 8.
That's correct.
Playoff games in a row. As they've ascended to the levels that they did over the previous 7, most of which were won in absolutely glorious fashion. The thing that I was reckoning with and starting to try to figure out in my own head and my own heart was, well, what if they get to the finals and lose? Because there was so much, there's obviously so much hope, but like with every additional one of these impressive wins, it was like, oh, they could finally do it. They could finally end this. It's 53 years. And I'm about to say something that maybe some people are going to get upset about or may not anticipate me saying, but I will say it. To me, because you won this game like this, if you just get to the finals and you give it everything that you just talked about, Benji, and you just give it everything that you have, like as this team always figures out a way to do, and just never say die, never quit, like, you can this to me now puts them in like, we will never forget for as long as we live. Like the 99 team, like I'm a little bit older than you, so I don't think you remember 99 quite as much as I do. I'll be an 85-year-old man and I will be able to recite chapter and verse every step of the 99 playoff journey. And that was a finals in which they never had a chance. And now it'll be, if they can finish off this series and just win 3 more games, we have a long way to go. But like they now have it's whether you want to call it the 4-point play, whether you want to call it the Allen Houston shot, this team now has their defining moment. And how fortunate that is and fitting that is for them and for us as fans, because how criminal it was, because this has been their character for a while, what you just described. And yet to have that game 1 against the Pacers be the defining moment of the team that has that character that you just described, it just didn't make sense. And it wasn't fair to who they were and the effort that they consistently gave when they had no business being in games. And now at least they don't have to live. They've wiped that slate clean with this. And the only way they could have wiped that slate, because that slate was going to live rent-free in my nightmares until my last breath. The only way that they could have wiped that slate clean was with something like this. You don't exorcise demons unless you give someone else, unfortunately for Cleveland, their own demons. And my God, I don't even want to think about what it must be like for a Cavs fan or a Cavs content person, let alone a Cavs player right now. Just what a performance. Just what a performance. What a fucking team.
You saw, John, all of the reasons that, DJ and I were up here last night talking about the series. You saw all the strategic advantages the Cavs have play out in front of you. We'll get into what they were, but before we do, I just want to say
we're almost there. We're going to get there.
You saw it all. Like, there are absolutely things that the Cavs can pick out on both sides of the ball to make it very difficult for this team. And I recognized it, and I knew it, and we discussed it in depth. And there are some things the Knicks can do too, and we saw that down the stretch as well. To me, what separates these two teams more than anything, and look, they have to win the series. There's a long way to go, like you said. What separates these two teams is something well beyond X's and O's. Nope. Well beyond X's and O's. And what you saw 5 minutes left in that fourth quarter and overtime. Now you could talk about fatigue. You talk about the Cavs. Finally, 2 days. They played 7-game series. That's part of it, no doubt. I'm telling you, it's more than that. It's more than that. There's a difference in the win gene between these two teams that manifested as clear as day down the stretch of that game. And it's just a good reminder. It's a really good reminder that sometimes basketball can come down to that.
And I'm happy it did for them. Last thing before we get into some X's and O's, because we could sit here and go back and forth waxing poetic for all night. There's a lot to dig into in this game, and I want to get to it. We have gotten to experience now 4 years of Jalen Brunson. And over that time, he has his defining feature, I would argue, has been overcoming. Just one word, overcoming. Overcoming doubt, overcoming defensive coverages, overcoming opponents, and just figuring out a way to just never much in the way. I mean, if you want to tell me the team takes part of its character from him, like, you are never going to keep Jalen Brunson down permanently. He is eventually going to rise up from the dead, as the Knicks did, and figure out a way to make your life hard. What he did tonight in the fourth quarter, I mean, in terms of singular performances in Knicks history, I haven't watched this since 1993, so I'm sure, look, there's the Clyde Game 7, which will always be at the top of the list because that was just the Clyde Game 7, not to mention the other guy who was pretty important. And gutted out however many minutes Willis Reed gutted out in that game. Bernard King had moments that still get discussed 40 years later. Ewing, I don't mean to dismiss like Ewing. We started taking them for granted because he had his own fair share. I've never witnessed any Knick player do what Jalen Brunson just did with that much on the line and in that moment, and with that much to overcome. And I don't know that there are. Fuck it. I don't know that there's anybody else. Jalen Brunson's not the best player in the sport. He's not even one of the 5 best players in the sport. I don't think there's anyone else in the NBA. I don't know if there's 10 guys throughout the history of the league that could have done what Jalen Brunson did in the fourth quarter. I mean that. That is not hyperbole. Unbelievable.
He may not be one of the 5 best players in the sport. He's certainly one of the 5 best shot makers in the sport. And that will go down as one of the best runs of shot making.
No, you get it's
conference finals history, playoffs history. The comeback was historic. So I don't think it's hyperbole to say this. I'm not thinking about all the playoff games, obviously, right now as I'm sitting here, but it can't get much better than that because, man, John, it wasn't like he was dusting James Harden on those isolations. It's not like he opened himself up for an open shot. Not one. It was a wild floater over the big. It was a step through off the glass from basically next to the glass. Like, I don't even know how he got to the glass on that step through move.
Oh, the baseline.
What is that? That's not a shot that exists. And then he gets to his step back 3 when Harden's draped all over him. Harden did a good job in those isolation situations. Like, as good as you could ask him. And we're just talking about, man, like this guy gets so little credit for how elite he is as an offensive shot maker because of the grifting talk and all that nonsense. This is one of the best shot makers in the world. He's one of the best shot makers in the world. There are not 2 guys who could do what he just did down the stretch of that game in the league. There's not. I mean, that the array of shots, the angles, the variety, just absolutely incomprehensible how good that run was. And if anyone ever talks about this guy and disrespects him again and rates another guy over him again that doesn't belong in the same category, this was a historic performance by a historic player. It was his masterpiece.
Yeah.
It was his magnum opus.
Yes.
That was just electric, man. Jalen Brunson, bravo. Bravo.
There are other heroes. Tonight, I feel like the next guy that needs to be discussed is probably Mikal Bridges. You want to talk about making big shots? You want to talk about making some big defensive plays? I want to talk about the defense as a whole down the stretch. I want to pick your brain about that. Mike Brown, better late than never. We will discuss Mr. Brown. But the last guy that I want to name check before we get into the weeds, I'm not gonna keep you here till 2 a.m. I promise. We'll move through the stuff on the good, the bad, both ends of the fort. Landry Shamet, dude. Like, we talk about embodiments of what a team is, and obviously Jalen Brunson is the embodiment of this Knicks team. He's always going to be the embodiment of this team. But there is something about that guy who not once, but twice had injuries that he could have either injury last year or this year. He could have very easily turned around and be like, you know what? The writing's on the wall, and for him to come back this year and he's a defining player for this team. And then we get to the playoffs, and within a game and a half of the playoffs, right? It was just like, sorry, this is not you're done. Like, thank you. I'll call you if we need you. And then he gets reinserted and he's back. And then tonight starts, and we're sitting there, and I'm looking at the fucking box score, and I'm like, I see a 16 under the minutes column next to Jordan Clarkson's name, and we love Jordan Clarkson here. This is not an anti-Jordan Clarkson thing. You love Jordan Clarkson more than anybody on earth, maybe except for his parents. It was just not. It didn't feel like a Jordan Clarkson game. As it was happening, it didn't feel like a Jordan Clarkson game. And I'm sitting there, I'm seeing a 3 under the minutes column for Landry Shamet. I'm like, that's something seems off there with those two numbers, right? It's a little off. And then Shamet comes in, and it's just like he gives no fucks. And he plays more than anybody on this team, honestly, including Brunson. Say this for him, man. Look, I know it hasn't always been great through 3 years. Does anybody play every possession like it's their last possession on this in this league, like Landry Shamet does? And if you cannot convince me that mentality that he brought into that basketball game, obviously the shooting part matters a lot too, but the mentality to me is almost as important, if not more important. I just can't. You cannot say enough about that dude's grit.
He plays every possession like that, and part of it is that it could be his last possession. This is a guy who hasn't been able to hold down a rotation spot, and in fact, didn't hold down this one.
No, he did not.
So yeah, that is what is expected of him, because he has been for his entire career a fringe NBA rotation player. But what he's meant to this team is so beyond a fringe rotation player. Even when he hasn't been consistently in the rotation. He's been essential during the regular season. For runs of it, he was essential, and he just won you a conference finals game. That is, as a self-admitted Landry Shamet doubter, he shut me up forever. That's it. Not a bad word. What a
never pays for another drink.
Look, the way he guarded Donovan Mitchell, because I talked about this with DJ last night. I liked Mikal on Harden as a guy who wouldn't foul Harden, and Harden can't get over his length. And the consensus was that he would guard Donovan Mitchell, Bridges would guard Mitchell, and that's not where the Knicks went. They put Hart on Mitchell. And Hart, God bless him, tried hard. Mitchell was getting into the paint really consistently with that change of direction on Hart.
Yep, he was. Of
course, assisted by Brunson's screening actions and all that, but even one-on-one, it was a problem. Shamet comes in and is just in his shorts. I mean, he was step for step with Donovan Mitchell on every drive, on every change of direction, and that change of direction is nothing to be sneezed at. It's one of the craziest change of directions we have in the league. Yep. And Shamet was on it. Takes a charge on, was it Mobley? I mean, a full-on charge on Evan Mobley. I think it was Mobley. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that. I mean, and then makes the only 2 shots that he really needed to take and make, and he just knocked him down, no problem.
3. Made 3 threes in the game. 3 for 3. Made all of his threes.
I mean,
Landry, how about this? Knicks bench, Jordan Clarkson 1 for 1 from 3. Landry Shamet 3 for 3 from 3. The rest of the Knicks team 6 for 28 from 3.
And Bridges made a miracle one down the stretch that we should.
Well, if we're gonna boil all of the shots and rank them, I think the Bridges 3 to make it 97-93 is probably that was above the break. So it's
above the break, fade away over Mobley as the shot clock expired.
Yeah.
It was the most outrageous shot. It was kind of similar to Anunoby shots in game, was it 2 or 3 against Atlanta when he almost willed them back with 2 crazy threes.
I had the same exact thought. Which was the 3 that rattled around the rim and was that the Shamet 3? The one to make a 99-99? I'm trying to remember.
That was the last Shamet 3, I think.
That was
okay. Or the second to last shot. Man, it's hard to remember.
The last one in regulation.
John, talk about karma, man. They got bounces tonight. They got bounces, and they deserved every one of them. Everyone.
Okay. Let us start with the bad, and let us start with the bad on offense. Let's organize this so we, again, not trying to keep you here till 2 a.m.
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm amped up.
I see it, and I love that for you, for us, for me. Here was my read on the game, and then I want you to tell me all the ways that I'm wrong. The Hart, how they were guarding Hart, mucked them up from the start. It got them all out of sorts. And then they came out of, and they were like, you were like, okay, what's the adjustment going to be at halftime? Because I personally didn't see any big adjustments in the first half. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. And then they came out of halftime, and rather than making a pivot that, I don't want to say rather than making a pivot that made sense, it was almost like they started to lean into, they were like, all right, we got to choose some different paths. But those paths were not lit, and they forgot their flashlight, and it went from like bad to worse. Again, I can't speak to the specifics of it because I'm not you the way I watched the game, but it was just like, oh man, this is uglier. This is worse. They're getting less good stuff. And then it devolved to the point, which we haven't felt about this team in a very long time, early in the fourth quarter, where it was like, oh, now you have Cat missing at the rim, and you have like them doing like silly shit on offense for those first couple of minutes of the fourth quarter. And by the way, before the comeback started in earnest, thank you to Cleveland for missing like 3 or 4 really good looks to give them the opportunity to stay. It's going to sound insane to say, stay within 22 and not go down by 30. Because like they had opportunities to do that with how poorly the Knicks were playing again over the course of the third and into the fourth quarter. I mean, the Knicks had how many points in this game through like the first 40 or 38 minutes, 39 minutes. It was like 60 something. I don't even, it's insane, or 70, whatever. Okay. That's my take. Tell me what's up.
It all sounds about right, John. Like it was the first possession of the game. Cat, they try to go to that offense that we all knew, like this is not going to be the offense for the series. So they try to go to Cat at the elbow. He holds the ball out with one hand, and all those cutting actions.
Sorry, which of you on the X's and O's pod? I was you. You were like, I'm Benjy Ritholtz. Hey, guys, you know what you can't do? Can't have guys standing there for 15 seconds.
You got Mobley draped all over him with as much length as anybody in the league. He's holding the ball out, and all those cutting lanes are running into Jarrett Allen, who's sitting in the middle of the floor off of Josh Hart. Guess what? There's nothing there. First possession of the game. And I'm like, ooh, that's interesting that they like thought that they maybe could do it. But like we all kind of knew this wasn't. That was like the first bad sign, you know. And it was just, it was that. It was so predictable in how they guarded it, and the Knicks, short of Josh Hart could have gone. I don't know what did he shoot from 3? 1 for 5, 1 for 6.
It was 1 of 5. He made the last one, which it actually felt.
Josh Hart could have shot 3 of 5 from 3, and that would have made a difference. And maybe they have to play it differently, but he didn't. And if you're relying on that, maybe Josh Hart's going to have one of those games, you're in trouble because he's not shooting the ball well right now, and that's not. You're too talented a team to be dependent on Josh Hart making threes.
Bingo.
You don't need to depend on that. You have other avenues. Now, when Jarrett Allen is sitting in the middle and Josh Hart is not punishing it, it's going to be tough sledding for the offense. There isn't a ton of places you can go, and it didn't help that OG Anunoby did not look like himself for the first 44 minutes of this game. Yeah. And then decided to heal his hamstring miraculously. So, you know, it kind of, John, like it kind of comes down to that. Like the defensive strategy makes sense against the Knicks. We all knew it was going to make sense against the Knicks, and they struggled to take advantage. It didn't help. Now, there's always like agency. Cat played a really unintelligent basketball game from beginning to end. Wasn't patient enough in the post. Grabbed guys' arms when we had advantages, including in a extraordinarily key play that could have cost them the game. OG Anunoby had beat a closeout, and it was going to be a bucket probably, and you feel the need to pull somebody's arm. It's just that stuff. Cat's been amazing. This stuff has mostly gone by the wayside. Clean it up. But Cat was impatient, rattled. The wing on Cat thing did it, it worked again and took him out of his offensive flow for sure. And he could do better just on the individual matchup side. But like the strategy is a sound strategy when Hart's out there. I didn't think they worked quite hard enough with Hart as the hub. I think that's one thing they can think about doing a little bit more screening with Hart, getting him, into DHOs and that kind of thing. But, Cleveland's also switching that stuff. It's not like they're blitzing it. So The Knicks are working on against switches, and they're struggling to create advantages out of them because, credit to Mobley, Allen, those guys can handle switches pretty well. I think when Sam Merrill's out there, he's got to be a target. So that's just one thing for game 2. Like even more than Harden in some ways, because Harden has quick hands and he knows what he's very smart, even though he's not so capable defensively. Merrill's just really limited. Want to go at that a little bit, but yeah, it was the defensive strategy. They tried to go at Harden a bit, and Brunson, at least in the first half, didn't do a great job of scoring on those James Harden isolations. And it just, as you well know, it took Mike Brown way too long in the third quarter to move off of the lineup. It was so Tibbsian in how many times we get on a post game during Tibbs era and say, man, it was going so poorly in that third quarter, and he didn't make a sub until there were insert way too few minutes left. However many. I mean, Brown didn't move that line. They're just going, they couldn't score.
And then the sub, one of the subs was Clarkson.
And Mitch, who they then hacked.
Yes, who they hacked. And it was like, well, I understand Clarkson made it 3 for the first time in 2 months, but like, that's not exactly helping your spacing either. To say nothing of Clarkson, I did not think had a good defensive game. I don't know, maybe I missed something that you saw, but I was not impressed. So it was like, man, that's the shift that you make, and that didn't really solve much either.
And then the worst part is you get to the beginning of the fourth, and the Cavs don't have the 2 bigs out there. It's Mobley at center, and you're like, oh, we can breathe. Like Mobley's going to have to guard Cat, and we can. And by the way, like when the bench unit came in the first half, you felt that air. Right? You felt it like they also got out in transition and got a lot of steals, but you felt they could breathe the offense a little bit because the Cavs had to come out of that alignment. And there it is. And who's in the game with Cat? Josh Hart.
Yeah.
It's like, what? No. Those minutes are really key minutes in the series. I said it last night. Those minutes, you're going to have a chance to really pull away in games because your bench is better than the Cavs bench, and you can get Mobley on Cat, and you can play out of it. And I don't know. There was some really interesting coaching decisions made. Better late than never. He gets Shamet in the game. And what do you know? All of a sudden, those Brunson on Harden isolations have room. And he can get into the paint and actually shoot because there's not a big just waiting for him. There's a big that has to play somewhere else. And the offense needs oxygen, John. It just needs oxygen sometimes. And tonight, Hart couldn't provide it. Brown found it way too late. I don't think it's all that complicated, honestly. I think this was all pretty predictable. It manifested exactly how he thought it would manifest, and it just took Mike Brown, for whatever reason, a very long time to push the obvious red button.
Which makes me think of 2 things that you have said, 2 of my favorite things that you have ever said over the time that you have been here with Knicks Film School. Number 1, it's not that you can't confront the defensive strategy with Josh Hart, but if you have a Lamborghini or Corvette or whatever sports car of your choice in the garage, why are you going to keep taking the Camry or whatever your 4-door sedan of choice to work? And that leads me directly into the second thing that you famously, I think your defining thing that you, and it bridges the gap between the Hart, the Hart crazies like me, I'm very pro Hart, and then the people who are like, get him off my basketball team, which is like, he is a wonderful player for 25 to 30 minutes a night. And tonight he played 30, and that was probably about 10 too many, if not more, and maybe this, and I guess that's the big, of all the questions I have going into game 2, my number 1 is like, are we going to see a 22-minute Josh Hart game after what we just saw with the comeback? And then I don't know. I don't know, because here's the thing. You just said what Mike Brown did was very Tibbsian. It's not just Mike Brown. It's not Tibbs. Like, fucking in the Olympics, you had Eric Spoelstra and Steve Kerr, because coaches get this guy and they're like, well, I have to have this guy on the court because look at him. Look at all the things that he does that contributes to winning. And they see past this stuff that we're talking about here. And it's just, I'm fascinated to see what happens for game 2.
Let me try to keep bridging the gap, though, because in my stupid report card, I gave Hart a C+. And before I got on here, I just saw that biggest reaction was like, Hart deserves a D. No, he doesn't. Hart actually did a lot of good things in this game.
He did. He didn't play terribly.
No, he rebounded defensive glass. Some of the rebounds in the first half, outrageous rebounds. Don't take those rebounds for granted. Those are insane rebounds that no other guard in the league gets.
Yep.
Pushed in transition, blew by Josh Hart, got the Knicks looks in transition.
Blew by You said blue by Josh Hart. Blue by what?
Blue by James Harden.
Yes.
It's the JH. I keep mixing up their names.
Josh Hart, James Harden. Yeah, that's good.
Played well in the dunker spot, made some nice cuts and finishes in the dunker or got fouled. Josh Hart didn't play badly. It's just a matchup that the Cavs can exploit. And Josh Hart should have played 30 to 35 minutes against Atlanta and against the 76ers, who aren't as equipped to play this strategy. The beauty of this roster and of playoff basketball, you have to go to different looks depending on matchup. Some teams can play a certain way and others can't. Josh Hart was phenomenal this whole postseason. Now, I'm not advocating that he should have played 25 minutes against Atlanta or the 76ers. It's this matchup where this team can do this specific thing against us that is our weakness on offense, and you are just limiting your second best offensive player by allowing them to do that. Not just Cat. It's really the whole team struggles to generate space when they're playing this way. And in game 2, by the way, Josh Hart could come out and make his first 4 threes and blow the Cavs out of the water. That's also true. And if he does, they're probably going to win. But it's the ability to adjust on the fly as an NBA coach in this kind of deal. This was like, again, foreseeable. And look, I'm glad Brown found it when he did. He found it just in time. I think 30 seconds later, they probably don't win this game. He found it just in time, and they were able to prevail. But yeah, it's Josh Hart is a complicated piece, but he's a winner. He's an essential part of this team. This matchup, it may be more 20 to 25 minutes. We'll see how it goes.
And it should go without saying, but if the Knicks did not have Deuce McBride and the Knicks did not have Landry Shamet, and usually, like, look, a lot of good teams out there have guys off the bench that can shoot better in ways that starters maybe cannot. Look at the Cavs. Sam Merrill comes off the bench for Dean Wade. Not Dean Wade, of course, hit his threes tonight, but like that's a common trade-off. The thing with Landry Shamet and Deuce McBride is, yes, those guys are small, but as you made the point before with Shamet, they can both defend, and one might actually argue they are better suited to defend the Cavs' biggest strengths in terms of, you talked about the Shamet defense on Donovan Mitchell, than Josh Hart is. Yes, there are, and again, this is me saying this, guys. It's me, who is the captain of the Hart fan club. Yes, there are things that Josh Hart does that nobody else can do, and those things have won the Knicks playoff games. Those are things that have won the Knicks playoff series. He is a guy that should, I other than Jalen Brunson, of everybody on this roster, if you ask me who will get their number retired someday, I would put my money on Josh Hart if you had to peg me down right now. He is New York. He is the part of the fabric of this team. This just might not be the series where he has to play the amount of minutes, and I think with that we can move on.
Let me just say one thing on
yes.
that, because you're talking about. I want to give a shout out to Leon Rose in the front office. What they've built on, I don't know, a combined, do the quick math, $7 million a year.
It's between Deuce, Shamet, and who?
Clarkson.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
Alvarado.
7, 8. Yeah. Oh well, that's those four for roughly $10-11 million.
It's just that you and all the teams the Knicks have played have to make these choices. That the Knicks, Alvarado should be thrown in there too as a two-way player. He can do stuff on offense and he can guard and make plays on defense. He did in the first half tonight.
Oh wait, no, sorry, he didn't make a 3 tonight. He made a couple twos.
He made a couple twos and he got a steal and he did his thing and it was a huge spark off the bench in that first half. It's just a tremendous amount of credit should be given to the front office for building with very limited resources a really good bench that the Knicks haven't had before. And it's a game changer for this team. It's just a huge game changer for this team. And even teams like OKC have to make these choices, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like, do I need Isaiah Joe and McCain, or do I need Casey Wallace and who? Like, these are tough choices. And those players, might be better on the whole than the guys I'm talking about. But to your point, it is such a luxury to just be able to say, these are the guys I'm putting out there. I can play with them on both ends. I don't have to make choices necessarily. Like, these guys are my guys because they can play on both sides of the ball. That's huge.
In terms of the adjustments to get the offense going, like it was an all-time performance from Brunson. Was it as simple as, oh, let's just hunt the mismatch with space? I mean, because that's all it seemed like to me.
I think that's the simplest thing to say, because one thing is I didn't think they attacked Harden enough with OG, and maybe that was partially because OG wasn't feeling 100%. But I think part of it also is like what you saw in down the stretch here. was how much stress that simple action was putting on the Cavs. And then what made it really devastating was the space behind. So that when they tried to double and OG caught it and drove into space and went up for a dunk, there was nobody meeting him at the rim. That becomes a much more complicated equation if, again, Jared Allen's sitting there and you don't necessarily the Cavs can play with the luxury of having Allen behind them. It just changes the whole coverage, right? So I still think they can go at Harden more, and I think they probably will in game 2 and see how the Cavs react. But to me, it's like mostly how do we get Allen out of the paint? And there's lineup decisions to be made in terms of doing that. And again, then I think probably getting Josh Hart involved, maybe in like double screen actions type of deals that they've run before, like get actions. They didn't run a ton of that stuff. Maybe it's bringing both bigs up the floor and trying to get in behind. That's something they should probably look at a little bit. So yeah, like when Hart's in the game, they're going to have to work on the margins and find different sets that like can maybe take advantage of certain things. But mostly to me, it's a lineup adjustment and or Josh Hart shooting and making shots, which again, probably in a game this series will happen, and it'll change the whole equation.
Probably happen in multiple games, but like, yeah, we'll see. Okay, defensively, they were. I mean, the Cavs scored 35 points. They scored 32 points in the second quarter, 35 points in the third quarter, and I thought it could have been very easily been a 40-point quarter in the third because they had good looks that they missed. So again, my read. It seemed like, okay, the Cavs were starting to be onto something defensively, when they had the ball in the second quarter. And then the Knicks were like, all right, let's switch it up. Let's change some things. And again, they went down the wrong path and without their flashlight, because what they thought they were trying to accomplish with some of those, I don't even know what to call those because they weren't traps. I'm actually struggling. What were they? What was that they were attempting to do, or do you not know either?
It was putting two in the vicinity of the ball.
That's exactly it. Two in the vicinity of the ball, as if
I wouldn't say on the ball.
No, it's not on the ball,
but in the vicinity of it. Yeah.
What? It seemed like there was more that went wrong than that they, and then the other part of it was like it felt like, not that they let go of the rope, but it felt like at some point it was a little bit of their spirit got taken out of them on defense, and it made it worse. And to prove that, just go look at the fourth quarter and overtime, because the defense, the brand of defense that they played in those two periods did not resemble anything like what they played in the third quarter, and even before that.
Yeah, it was a relentless pursuit of Jalen Brunson, as relentless maybe as we've ever seen. It was pick and roll after pick and roll after pick and roll. And the Knicks were they were set on trapping it at some point and playing two on the ball, or switching it and then switching to double. They did that a bunch of times. So like Mikhail would allow the switch and then would kind of lean towards Harden. But in that non-committal, it was just so easy for them to get through the middle into whoever was rolling.
Ping, ping, open.
Ping, ping. And the Knicks, look, part of it is like they're going to do some of this, and the Cavs will have opportunities to run 3-on-2 down there. That is going to happen. Great offense. And the Knicks in the past have been able to break up enough of those plays or to force floaters in those situations where you win the battle, even if it looks like you're struggling to get stops. Like at the end of the day, it's about forcing tough shots. If you force a floater from Mobley, that's fine. If you force even a contested three by Dean Wade, that's probably fine. But what the choices they were making out of those, and credit to Mobley and Allen, who've probably gotten better at this in the 2 years since these teams have met, they were just picking out wide open shooters. And it was not sustainable. And what's interesting is I don't think the Knicks necessarily changed that strategy all that much, although Brunson did guard Harden to start some possessions, which I thought was clever and something I brought up last night as well as a potential, you know what, if they're going to go at Brunson on every screen action, why don't I just start him on Harden? And like, okay, he has to guard him one-on-one, but then Harden's creating one-on-one. And we saw what happened in the fourth, although he did make one really nice shot that almost won them the game. I should give him credit for that. A mid-range jumper over Brunson on a switch. But, struggled mightily down the stretch for most of it.
5 for 16 from the field for Harden in this game. 1 of 8 from 3. Got to the line 6 times, which and he missed 2 free throws. You take probably take 6 free throws from
yes.
James Harden.
Absolutely, you take 6 free throws from James Harden. It was a great job. And Bridges, again, that's why I kind of wanted Bridges on Harden, is he's not going to foul him. And Harden's going to struggle with Bridges' length. He just is. And I don't think James Harden can score enough buckets at this stage in his career to really beat you. So what you did by blitzing him so often is you just allowed him to do what he does well, which is pick out, pocket passes. And it was just a little too easy. And so first Brunson guarded Harden, which I thought took them out of that a little bit. And then they just fought a lot harder.
That's it. That's all it is.
And I also mentioned last night, like part of it is just not allowing the switch to happen. Yep. And that's on the point of attack defender, and Landry Shamet was just through everything and not allowing it, or Brunson would hedge and get back, and Shamet would recover and get back in front when it was on Mitchell. And Bridges did it on Harden. And like there was a play where they tried to run it through Mobley, and Merrill came to set a screen for Mobley, and Brunson was on Merrill. So they're trying to get Brunson involved again. And like Brunson just was all over Merrill on the curl, barely even let him screen at all. Mobley had to pick up his dribble, and they got a shot clock violation. And it's like, yeah, sometimes it's not about the actual the adjustment defensively as much as it's like the Cavs are getting you to do this. You have to work harder so they can't do it within what you're doing. So yeah, we can trap, but like, what if we don't have to put 2 on the ball because there's no screen at all because we just didn't allow it? That's a big part of it.
Do you attribute the fact that the Cavs were conceding the Harden switch so easily down the stretch of the game to that's James Harden, or that they were tired, or that was a strategy thing, or maybe a little bit of all three? I don't know.
So Harden always wants to switch. He's always wanted to switch. That's how he kind of forces you to play defense. He doesn't want to like have to navigate things or hedge and recover. He's never done it. He's just never done it. He's not mobile enough now anyway, probably, to do it. And I think from the Cavs perspective, it was like we talked about at the top.
Yeah.
The shot making was so outrageous. It's like at some point you're just like, okay, like we can deal with this. Then they did something that if Kenny Atkinson is getting hammered for this, I would not be surprised. In the Cavs stats, he put Sam Merrill on Brunson. That was the adjustment. Strus was on the bench. Wade was on the bench. Brunson's absolutely torching you. And he put Sam Merrill on him and put Harden on OG, and basically was just doubling on that action. And that was what was opening up OG. And I just didn't understand why that was the reaction to the Brunson onslaught, was to put not exactly a fireman on defense like that. He puts like that's not Sam Merrill's job. I think his thought was, I'm not going to take Sam Merrill out because he's such a threat on offense. He's our best screener and mover, and he puts Brunson in really tough situations. But like, man, what Brunson was doing, and you just had to get stops to win the game. You just get 2 more stops, you win. You need to score. You need to get stops. It was a very odd substitution pattern by Atkinson down the stretch that I am sure the Cavs people are ripping on him for. And I thought he did the Knicks a huge favor by not that Strus is some Brunson stopper. Wade's their best option, but Strus is better on defense than Merrill is. And I just didn't understand why they never went there. But yeah, the reaction was to put Merrill there and basically double Brunson, and the Knicks attacked that beautifully as well, getting OG looks, getting Bridges a 3 in the corner. So it was really good work by Brunson to read the defense every single possession down, and they basically scored in every possession to win this game. It's pretty wild.
Donovan Mitchell, a couple numbers, 1 free throw in the game, 3 assists, 4 turnovers. Now Harden had 6 turnovers and 3 assists. Those 2 numbers between Harden and Mitchell to combine for 6 assists and 10 turnovers. Mitchell, we should say, also had 6 steals. And he defended, I thought, well at times, certainly during the game. But those numbers certainly stand out. I think I covered all the bases that I wanted to cover. I mean, there's some other things we could talk about, like the Knicks did not have enough. I thought Mitchell Robinson's impact in this game was muted. The Knicks had 9 offensive rebounds in the game.
I thought he had a big impact in the first half, forcing turnovers.
That's true. Yeah.
And then in the second half, there really just wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a lot of. I mean, the Hakamich takes him out of his game, obviously.
Yeah. Played 14 minutes. Is there anything else big that we didn't cover?
There's got to be.
I mean, look, again, trying to talk about this as a basketball game,
it's unbelievable. What a game!
As opposed to a religious experience is challenging. But Yeah,
on the schematic side, I think we've covered. I mean, it's such an interesting game because it was again like exactly kind of what you thought you'd see, and you thought that Brown would adjust quicker, and just took him a long time. But I think Deuce didn't have a really impact on this game at all, and
really quick, 17 minutes, took one shot, missed it.
Was clearly frustrated when he came out for Shamet, but what a substitution that was. Like, I think we all would have been okay if it was like, let's ride Deuce out there to be the spacer and the guarder, but he was having trouble with Mitchell, who was getting to his spots on Deuce, and, is much longer than Deuce and can, so he went to Shamet and found absolute gold. I mean, it was one of the great substitutions in Knicks history.
Plus 25 in 17 minutes. Pretty good. We probably should have waxed poetic about Macau. You know what? That's a great place to end. We talked about Towns. Towns needs to just be a little better. 7 turnovers, not ideal.
Needs to be smarter. Just don't do the dumb things. Like, frustrating Towns game. Yeah, what else are you gonna say?
Subtly frustrating, I think. It was not a loud. We've become used to over the years the loud, frustrating Towns games. I think this, for me, it was a slightly quieter, frustrating Towns game, but it's frustrating nonetheless.
Let me say one thing on Towns. Let me see how many he took.
I have it right here. He was 6 of 14.
He ended up taking 5 threes in the game, which I thought was actually less. I know he took 2 on one possession where he got his own rebound and made one.
That was the one.
Made his only one. Yep. This is not the series. And I know we're always talking about like Towns, just shoot it. This is not the series to pump and go. Like, there's too much length down there. There's too many. Even Harden is so good at picking people's pockets.
Handsy.
Coming down the wing. He's really handsy. The defense is good enough in this series where that contested three is the best shot you're going to get on a possession. Like, have a game in this series where you take 10 threes. Just try it.
Why not?
Just try it. I want to see it. Like, he pumped out of some. He traveled on one that he should have shot. Thought it was a tough travel call, but
that was when they were just really out of sorts.
Yeah, he's got to shoot the ball. Just shoot the basketball. That's a Towns note. And then you cut down on the turnovers just by taking the shot, right? Like, you don't dribble, and they can't poke at you, and you can't offensive foul if you just shoot it. And even when he scored on drives, John, he was on the floor, and every time he was on the floor, the Cavs scored. Every time.
There was the one he scored on in the. I think it was early in the fourth where he ended up on the floor, and Andrew was doing the watch along. In the moment, he's like, "Get up!" And
it takes a long time to get up.
It might have been a Cavs 3. I forget, but it was
a Cavs 3. Yeah,
it was a Cavs 3. 40 turnovers between the two teams in this game. This game was reminiscent. Do you remember the game that if the Knicks lost, Tibbs would have gotten fired? The game after the Mavs game, that the game where the Cavs and the Knicks in December. It was December 4th. I remember the date, 2022. It was after they were up 15 on the Mavs, and the Mavs came back and blitzed them by 40 points in the second half, or what it was.
I do remember this game. Yes,
they set the record for traveling violations in the game. This wasn't quite on that level, but again, 40 turnovers between two basketball teams is a lot. Cat needs to be better. Cat needs to be smarter. He can be. He will be. He's had an awesome postseason. I don't want to rag on him too much. Let's end on Macau Bridges, and then I'll get you out of here at an hour. I won't feel too bad. I'm going to read a stat line. 42 minutes, 18 points, 7-11 from the field, 2 of 4 from 3. My God, the 2 makes. Only got to the line once, but it was a good. I remember the moment. It sought the contact, drew the contact, made both free throws, 5 rebounds, couple of steals, 3 turnovers. I think all the turnovers were in the first half, actually. We're gonna remember this for the comeback. We're gonna remember it for Shamet. We're gonna obviously remember it for Brunson. Let this be somewhere near the top of Macau Bridges' all-time resume for the Knicks, for his career, because that dude gets a lot of shit from me and others here at Knicks Film School, not just me, but me, for lacking at times that something that you want to see. And man, he might not have it in the way that you're used to having it, but never say that dude is not fucking gritty and that he doesn't care immensely, and that say this, He is not afraid. He is unafraid. And look, he proved that with the last second shot against the Hawks that missed. But say something for the dude who takes the shot, and boy, did he take some shots down the stretch of this game. And he made him, man. Oh boy.
It's a funky release, and some might call it a hitch, but the advantage of one of the highest release points in basketball and what that allows in an end of a shot clock situation when Evan Mobley's on you and you're able to shoot a fadeaway over him from the top of the key.
It's insane.
And when you lean away from Jalen Brunson and you're guarding Mikal Bridges in the corner, just a lean, doesn't take a lot. And Brunson fires that ball to Bridges in the corner. Once you lean, you cannot recover to his shot. It doesn't mean he makes every one, and he's a very good corner shooter, as we know, one of the best in the league. But the ability to just get it off is so valuable. This team plays late in the shot clock a lot. They're extremely comfortable late in the shot clock, and one of the reasons they're extremely comfortable late in the shot clock is because they have guys with high release points on threes. So all you have to do is get a little lean from a help defender, and you're going to get a good three-point look. Mikal knocking down those two is just a credit to a unique attribute of his length and his ability to get off a shot that's really, really valuable in a role player.
And he played his role well tonight. Benji, one thing I want to mention that I just thought of.
What? We didn't talk a lot about OG. Suffice it to say, needs to be healthy. I don't know if this was just a case of someone feeling their way back with a scary injury. If you've ever had a hamstring, you don't need to be an NBA player to know, because I've had 2 hamstrings. Yes, I've had 2 hamstrings, a full 2 hamstrings in my life. It is so scary to get back. It is so, you think it's going to go at any minute. And once it goes, you're out. That's it. It is just a very scary injury for that reason, because you just never really know when it's going to pop up again. And then the second you feel it, that's it for another X amount of weeks. And the only way it gets better is by rest. There's really nothing to do. So I maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's just a guy who wasn't fully confident in it yet, and either because of desperation or because he found his way into the game, was able to eventually get explosive again. But what a credit to him for finding it when he did. And we talked about the offense, him being a screener and then attacking closeouts, but maybe his biggest contribution was cleaned up the defensive glass on Evan Mobley. Every rebound in the fourth quarter was OG clearing out Evan Mobley. What a performance on the defensive boards. Something that we take for granted, and you should not. Those are huge rebounds on a 7-footer.
Yep. And Mobley rebounded tonight. He led the game. He was at the game high 14 rebounds.
I thought Mobley was really good in this game, especially defensively. He's such a force. But you look at the stat line, and OG's guarding him most of the time. He ends up with 15 points on 16 shots with 3 turnovers. Yeah. OG's a really good matchup for him.
And 3 of those points were on the 3 that we thought in the moment might be the one that the Cavs just needed to make one basket.
On a great defensive possession that you just live with that
wonderful
shot.
Defensive possession.
And he
got out there. Yeah.
He made a similar shot in game.
He's had
series, top of the key.
Yep.
With a closeout on him. He has some, he's not a great shooter, but he certainly has the confidence to take them late and to make them. So credit to him. But OG on him is such a comfort because it's just a right guy to have on Mobley. And at the end of the day, he certainly in the fourth quarter, he won that matchup.
Okay. Man. I still.
Oh,
is my headphones? No, headphones are fine. Oh, look who it is! It's Andrew Claudio!
Cleveland! This is for you! Unbelievable. Shout out to the OJs. I had to Google music from Cleveland. Apparently there's literally nobody famous that's from Cleveland, and we started doing music, so this is what we're going to work with, the OJs. But talk about money. How about big money? Brunson with the greatest fourth quarter performance that I have ever seen. Kenny Atkinson said after the game, we just got a little unlucky. That's all. Kenny, I hate to tell you this. The unlucky part is that you were playing against Jalen Brunson again.
That's what he said?
Yes, that was his.
Unfortunate.
Just got unlucky, blowing a 22-point fourth quarter lead. My goodness.
DNA, John. DNA. There's differences. There are
LeBron
levels.
James. LeBron James. I think you might want to go back to LA, my man. I think Venice Beach looks much shinier right now. Goodness. Forever, by the way. Look over my right shoulder. F them picks. Mikal Bridges, you are forever off the hook after the way your postseason started, because you are having exactly the type of postseason that is worth all of our draft capital for the foreseeable future. I never want to hear a Giannis conversation. I never want to hear an anybody else conversation. This is our squad, and they continue to perform. What a legendary night for the New York Knicks. 2 stats for you, courtesy of the internet, fellas. According to, I'm going to get her name right. Hold on, I'm going to get her name right. Kirtika Uthaya Kumar. She's
a great stat person online.
She is one of the best researchers that the basketball world has. Wanted to make sure I got her name right. NBA teams were 3-747 when down by 20 or more in the fourth quarter of a playoff game over the last 30 years.
What's that stat again? 3 and...
Want me to finish the sentence and then
I'm writing it down. 3 and what?
I mean, I could just send you the tweet when we're done, and then you don't have to write it down at all.
I want to write it down. 3 and what?
Boys.
They are 3-747. They're now 4-747.
Oh my God.
Okay. The other one is courtesy of Nate Duncan. Teams up 20+ with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of playoff games were 643-0 until tonight.
Wait, say that again?
Teams up 20+ with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of playoff games were 643-0 until tonight.
Wait, how does that work with the first stat?
The first stat is that it was just in the fourth quarter, so the comeback started sooner.
Yeah. You know what I'm so happy about?
Actually, I have a third stat to add. And this is why I got to thank you, Benji, for saying the thing I said the entire game and during the watch-along, what many people have said. So that way John can be like, remember that time Benji said that thing? And then we could just say that you're the one that said the Knicks should go 5 out. The lineup of Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, and Landry Shamet tonight had not played until the 7-minute and 52-second mark in the fourth quarter. They were not on the court together at all until that point. From that point on until the end of overtime, they outscored the Cleveland Cavaliers 44-8. Shout out to 5 out. Josh Hart, we love you, but this is like the whole conversation personified in the greatest win in Knicks history, potentially.
You want to laugh? It's 44-8, whereas they ended the game on a 44-11 run. Why the 8 versus the 11? Because the one possession that they changed the lineup for was when they brought Josh Hart in for the defensive possession that ended up in a Max Strus 3, which I will note was not Josh Hart's fault. OG was helping off of
gravity, John. His negative gravity is why that 3 happened. You're allowed to just admit that Josh Hart. It's okay. We're all here for you. We understand how hives work. We're against hive culture, but we're here to understand how they work.
My hive.
Benji says a lot of great things. I'm glad you listened to him when he says those great things, even if they're just a repeat of what everybody else has said. By the way, Benji has said a lot of great things.
Are you calling me an aggregator?
Especially when he just went on the Just Mets podcast and said that Juan Soto is better than Aaron Judge. According to the internet, that was aggregated today.
I'm aggregated, and I'm now an aggregator, according to you.
You are an aggregator.
I'm just saying, Benji, I read a quote on the internet from Benjy Ritholtz that you think Juan Soto is better than Aaron Judge. It's clearly what you said. I didn't watch the clip. I just saw what the quote said.
I'm just watching the replays of the game. The Brunson, the banker high off the glass on the...
Messed up. Filth, disgusting, heinous... Despicable basketball.
And then go, Benji, when you're off here, go look at his body position on the drive that starts on the right side and then goes baseline, and then that one off the glass too. His body, he's like what was that toy where it was you could like it was oh my god, you could stretch it out. It was a man. It was like a man toy that you could pull and it stretches. No, neither of you guys had this toy.
A man toy.
Someone.
Maybe Ronnie James will help.
We got to the John Man toys portion of the program.
Money, 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 money. Yo, Jalen Brunson was in that fourth quarter. Money, 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 money.
I hate to break it to you, Andrew, but they're from Canton, Ohio, not Cleveland,
I said Ohio,
Ohio.
John. I literally back to not listening to me. I said there's nobody from Cleveland.
You know what?
I had to just find anybody from Ohio.
I heard
if Benji said it, I would.
I heard they're from Canton, Ohio. Did you
Benji,
hear?
just tell John that they're from Ohio and not from Cleveland, so that way John.
I reached across the screen and I told him. Can I say one thing?
Please.
I want to say one thing.
Please.
This Cavs team is so rattleable.
Yes.
It's just and I want to like the stretch of the game where the Knicks cut it from 20 to like 13 was some of the most unserious, unfocused basketball from a alleged contender that I've ever seen. Like to treat that game with 6 minutes to go like it was you're closing out the Wizards in February. It's unforgivable. If I'm a Cavs fan, I couldn't be more furious with that stretch of the game. Like, you allowed this to become a serious game because of your own absolute unseriousness. Wow. They're so fragile. They're so fragile. And I want to rip it out now. I want to rip it out.
Game 2 is in 2 days. Stretch Armstrong. That's it. That's the motherfucker.
Whole ass chat is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Literally everybody is saying Stretch Armstrong.
They all had John's man toys.
Thank you. Anyway, Brunson bent in a way that you would bend your Stretch Armstrong in a way like he can't bend like this. Oh my god, he can. There you go. Fuck them things. Benjy Ritholtz, you are a legend among men. Really so thrilled and fortunate to be able to talk to you after that game, that win. And I will just say, I hope you don't mind me saying, it's been a tough year for you. It doesn't, look, life is life and sports are sports. Happy we got to do this.
Thanks, man. It's good that the joy is welcome. Is definitely welcome. It's a joy to be with you guys. Really is a joy to be with you guys. Thank you for just being good friends, for having fun, and man, we've gotten to do some very, very special post games on this. Like I've just gotten some lucky draws, but man,
you've also had some shit.
I mean, real talk. You literally are like almost a year removed from also doing the game 1 of the conference finals post game. Well, I got a phone call from Benji after the game was over, before the post game, and being like, "You want me on this thing?" It's like, yes.
I'm not even talking about that one.
You sure you want me on this one?
I'm talking about like the
random.
random.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, I don't want to look at anything right now.
We're
all thinking it, believe me. What's up,
I'm talking about the random Bulls games and Kings games.
You saddle him with the...
Benji gets on there and he's like, well,
yeah.
Macri saddled me with a fucking shit burger tonight.
Benji.
Yeah, this is the revenge.
Juan Soto homer tonight.
Yeah, I saw the Inside the Park Grand Slam also.
We don't pretend that happened. Listen, shout out to Mekhi, who I'm sure has put a loan out on Super Chats, but what Mekhi was tweeting at me before the game that he was worried that we sacrificed the Mets so the Knicks could go on this run, and then the Knicks took a week off and the Mets went 6-1, and the Mets went up 5-0 to start tonight. He was like, that's a bad omen. When I tell you they gave up the Inside the Park Grand Slam, the Knicks immediately went up by 11, and I was like, maybe there's something to it. So I will give up my baseball team if it means the Knicks can get 7 more wins. Absolutely.
Let me just say before I head out, I spent the first half of the game where I had dinner with my pops at a restaurant bar kind of place. We're watching the Yankee game on one screen, the Knicks game on another screen. Just shout out to my dad. He's the best dad there is. I doubt he's listening, but best dad there is. I love him, and I love you guys. We'll talk soon, all right? Enjoy
love
this
you,
tonight.
buddy.
You're the best.
Oh, it's still Benji on the screen. Hold on.
Benji.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. We got over 130 Super Chats to get to, so we're going to make this next portion of the pod quick. I'm actually going to call Kev up here.
Am I allowed to pee for 30 seconds? Because I know I'm not going to get a chance to do that.
In a second, yes, because you got a marathon ahead of you. So, by the way, this is our suggestion. This was your reaction to something that happened during the end of the game.
What was
I suggest this as a new profile picture. I know
sure.
you like
How do I
your
do
black
that?
and white avatar from 11 years ago, but
You know what?
Like, this
I
might be
saw
a
it.
better avatar for you for the rest of the postseason.
I saw. When did I? Hold on. How did I see? So, oh my God, the tweet that I sent out that went viral about the Pistons beat. What did I say? Duran was a.
You said someone's a fake tough guy and someone is
One of them
something
was a
else,
fake
yes.
tough guy, and the other one was a punk or something. I don't
Yeah.
know. The Pistons suck. Sean, after the Pistons lost and got eliminated the other night by Detroit, sent me his response to someone's response to my tweet, in which they were making fun of me because of my pristine profile picture.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said to him, and as I will say now, that is, I thank God for airbrushing. I want that to be my funeral picture when I die. I love that picture so much. But in the interest of content, I will make this my new profile.
Thank you. Yes, we all have that photo from our prime that we love. But this is a current photo.
This guy never had a
is even
prime.
better.
This guy here is dead. Well, cross him off then. Sorry. Every time I hear somebody's prime, I think of that.
Well, you're welcome. Go pee. Kevin and I will do the squad bets.
I'll be back in 30 seconds. I'll be back.
Right, but we'll go. And he still doesn't know how to leave the show and mute himself. I swear to God, Kev, every time he leaves, he doesn't mute himself. It's like he doesn't realize his mic is still on.
He just goes.
Never realizes.
Gets
Shout out
up
to
and goes.
Yeah, shout out to the fine folks at Fanatics Sportsbook. We do our squad bet before every game. So here's the deal. A squad bet is the best way to parlay, the smartest way to parlay. Every time we do our squad bet, we pick 3 to 6 players. You pick a score or a target for a stat category. You just have to hit that score. The squad has to hit that score. It's a good thing we picked that squad to hit, because what we came up with tonight for game 1 was Karl Anthony Towns, Evan Mobley, and Mitchell Robinson to hit 30-plus rebounds at plus 175. Shout out to overtime, but between these three, they had 33 rebounds. This was a concoction cooked up by Sean with a W and by Mensa on Weekly Wagers. So we rode their squad bet, and they took us to victory for game 1. So shout out to the Knicks, and shout out to Knicks Film School on the board with a W for the squad bet. Shout out to Fanatics Sportsbook. And also, if you're looking to join us for Fanatics Fest this summer, I should add, Kev, this summer Fanatics Fest, Knicks Film School is going to have a live podcast. I believe it's going to be on the Friday of Fanatics Fest. If you are wanting to go to Fanatics Fest, what you can do is go to fanaticsfest.com, and you can get your tickets right now and use promo code KnicksWin20 because the Knicks won tonight, and therefore you get 20% off your ticket purchase. So
who's doing that pod? The live pod?
That would be you.
Me?
Yes, John.
You know, they could have put
Kev,
out
I got to tell you the funniest thing. Kev,
they could have put out a press release or something.
They put out a press release on the Fanatics Sportsbook, on the Fanatics Fest official Instagram, and throughout like their website, and all the media people got it. And they listed like all the talent that will be there, and it's like this great show and this former athlete, and it's just like our logo, Jonathan Macri. And I was like, that's so cool. Like John gets the headliner. He's like next to Shannon Sharp and like busting with the boys and Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, the roommates pod. I bring it up at our Fanatics meeting this week. He's like, wait, what happened? Like, had no idea whatsoever. The most offline online person that I've ever met knows every dismissal of Josh Hart's impact that's ever existed or ever been said. But when he's like featured in a potential career bucket list moment, he's like, what's my Instagram password?
That's mean. 2 things. 1, can you send me the press release so I can send it to my mom? Hi,
Yes.
Mom. I think she's probably watching. Number 2, can you send me that picture? Actually, wait, do you have my Twitter login?
Yes, I could just change it for
Can
you.
you
if you
change
want.
it?
You got it.
Not that I couldn't do it myself. I definitely could do that.
It would be done until in the morning because, again, 130 outstanding super chats. Go to fanaticsfest.com. Get your tickets now. Knicks win 20% off your purchase. We'll see you this summer at Fanatics Fest. It's July 16th to the 19th. So you get a 4-day pass or just sign up to one of the days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I believe. Our live show will be on Friday. We'll get those full details for you if you want to wait. The Knicks are going to win another postseason game, so if you want to. But if you want to get your tickets tonight so you get first come, first serve, this is the code you can use to sign up. Okay. I believe that's
got them
all.
tickets.
That's
Buy them
all
tickets.
for me right now. Kev, that was cinema. That fourth quarter was cinema. I will just put this once again back on the screen. Everybody, please go check out John Macri on the replay of the watch along. Just from
so funny.
From about this 7-minute mark when the thing I'd been pointing out all night that there's no space suddenly became, well, you know what? There's a ton of space now. All right, it's down to 13. All right, get it down to 10 with 4 minutes left. Then it's down to 9. Then Brunson himself makes it a 5-point game. And he started to go into a version of cardiac arrest. And thankfully, we're okay now.
If you're watching this, go, I'm going to use this opportunity. Go follow me on IG. The IG, that's what the kids are calling it. At, what is this? JC Macri NBA. Come on. I need to get the IG presence up.
Did he just say the IG?
The IG.
Know what it is? I still call it the Facebook.
Yes, the Facebook.
Macri's the best.
Yes.
No, I'm the worst. Shout out to
and we love you as is. Believe me, we
Thank
love you
you
as
very
is.
much.
In your
Okay.
prime, my friend.
This guy here is dead. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks to Benji. And Benji's dad. Shall we do this?
Yep. I was writing them. I'm gonna just say first one is
How many are from before the game ended?
I'll get through the
So-
one.
there's five from before the comeback. But the first one's not one of those. I'm gonna do the first one and then the 5 from before the comeback, and then you see the turn, and then we'll proceed accordingly.
It's
All right.
Turn. Giddy up. All right. Before we get the first super chat up, let me just say. That was the fucking craziest thing I've ever seen. Full stop. Okay. Let's talk. Oh, holy shit. Scott Gorin, what the fuck? Is it Cav, this is real? Well, this is the most generous super chat we've ever gotten in the history of Knicks Film School. My lord. Scott, thank you so much for this. Flew in from Chicago for the game. Just insane. So confused. What just happened? Thanks for everything you guys do to elevate the experience of being a fan, and especially for games like this. Scott, man, I never know what to say or what to do or how to respond when I see anything of this level. Again, we've never gotten anything of this level of generosity. Holy shit. I will just say, awesome job by you as a fan to fly in to take a flight. I mean, you want to talk about dedication? I've said it before. It's not hyperbole. It's not hyperbole to say this is the best fan base in sports, because all you have to do is go to a game in Washington or Orlando or Miami or Atlanta or Philadelphia. Holy shit. Or any one of a dozen places throughout the league and see Knicks fans there. And Charlotte, my lord, we were there when they sucked. We were there when they were atrocious, when they were the worst team in the league. We were there. Probably should have been sitting at home in our basement with bags over our heads with no one watching us. Still just out of shame. And we were out and about at these games all over the country just to get a glimpse of this team that we love, because we're insane and we don't know any better, and we never gave up, and we always had the hope. And so one thing I haven't talked about yet tonight is the fan base. You want to talk about a fan base in the world of sports that deserve to see that? That, I mean, shit. That's like that's Pats against Falcons in the Super Bowl level comeback. They didn't deserve it. They had a bunch of Super Bowls under their belt. Fuck them. We deserved it. We deserve this tonight. Anyway, I don't know what just happened either. It is my absolute pleasure to do what I do, and I am fortunate and thankful to no end for three things. Number one is that my family has always supported my insanity and has led to me being able to now say I do this for a living. Number two is the fact that there is a fan base who allows me to do this and makes it viable. And thank you, Scott, for again showing that. And then last but certainly not least, I'm just thankful that I have managed to fall into this team that we have at Knicks Film School, where I have the whole everybody, the amount of talent that we have within these walls. Everybody that we have here deserves to be doing this full time and as their profession, because they're all talented enough and hardworking enough to do it. And the fact that I get to, because of their talents, I mean, Jesus, did I step in shit. So thank you, Scott. And I thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. On behalf of everybody here at Knicks Film School, thank you. All right. Now we got some ones from before the game is over or before the comeback started. Jack Corcoran, not an exaggeration to say this is one of the worst performances in the history of the franchise. They better win Thursday or it will get dark fast. I was right there with you, Jack. I was right there with you. I felt I was going to say a lot of things on this post game. No, I wasn't going to have a meltdown. Let me rephrase that. Wasn't going to have a meltdown. Wasn't going to have a crash out. But I was going to very clearly state, to do that and give that level of performance with this level of excitement in the city, and to lay down and die like that, was inexcusable, embarrassing. That's what I was going to say. In fact, the last tweet that I sent out tonight was like, we could say it. This is embarrassing. That hasn't aged well. Add it to the list. Thanks, Jack. A couple more from before the comeback started. Jack Corcoran, can I take credit for this with my comment? LOL. Oh, wait. Okay. So now we're going to a good Jack comment. The basketball gods owed us this after game one in Indy or against Indy. Still need 3. Let's fucking go Knicks. Yes. Basketball gods work in funny ways. They do. Hearing all those stats, the 3 and 407, or sorry, 3 and 747 or 643 and 0 about this team won. This is the first team to lose after this lead and this and that. Makes me think of all the stats that went around after game one last year, where it was like teams that were up by this many points with this many minutes left in the game were whatever the record was, but the number at the end of that was a 0. I remember that. I remember the number at the end of that was a 0. And then it was a 1. And now 643 and 0 becomes 643 and 1. So I like them apples. Thanks, Jack. Rich McLeod, they did it to us again. 2 straight disastrous. Game 1 in the Eastern Conference Finals at home versus lower seed. An all-time collapse and a total no-show. They can't make the finals with the way things fall. It's a disaster. It will be. Here, Rich, let's call it like it is. If they don't make the finals after getting to this point, with the opportunity they have, with home court advantage, and then after they just pulled that comeback off, yes, it's even more of a disaster. They have to make the finals now. No pressure, but you do. You have to make it now. If you did this, got to make it. Thanks, Rich. Luyan, what's going on, Luyan? Well, I guess now we know whether the extra days off helped or hurt. They sleptwalked through this game. It's funny. I was more in the through, whatever it was, 38, 39, 40 minutes. In the sloppy is a word I would have used. Rattled is a word I would have used. Those are the two. Sloppy, rattled, unintelligent. Certainly. And then some of the decisions were on and off the court were baffling. Sleepwalked was look. It got to a point in the third where it felt like they were. It started to. Everything that got wrong started to impact the level of intensity for sure. But no, I like the first half. I didn't somewhat through the first half. It was just not a good half. But no, I feel you where you're coming from though, Leah. Uptown Hoodie. What an opportunity. What a disappointment. This team always seems to require an embarrassment to rebound from. Hopefully that's the recipe for game 2. It was the recipe tonight. They needed an embarrassment. They were embarrassed. They were embarrassed through 40 minutes. Here's what we hope now. What we hope now is that this was they don't need another wake-up call, right? The hope now is that they don't need another wake-up call and that this was enough of a wake-up call. And now they'll be fine. And they will just play their brand of basketball moving forward. Doesn't mean they'll win every game. It doesn't mean they'll win 3 more games. But it means, hopefully, that they will have woken up. And that's all that matters. Sergio Escoval, what's going on, Sergio? I don't mind losing the game. The problem to me is OG is not even 50% healthy. No OG, no finals. So we talked about this a little bit on with Benjy, and I think the most encouraging thing that you take from the game moving forward in terms of like good signs is that OG looked more like OG as the game went down the stretch, for sure. Man, Cleveland, when they were up by 22 with 7:52 to go after Harden made his first free throw, they had a 99.9% chance of winning according to ESPN.com. Oh, that's a shame. Thanks, Sergio. Luyan, holy crap, they woke up. Yes, they did. Thank you, Luyan. Did they ever wake up? I am AK Legend. I can't breathe. Help. I don't. So Shamet hit the. We can start going through some of this stuff. So Shamet hit the 3. And I wrote it. I stopped taking notes at some point because I just was like, I lost my faculties. The Shamet, when they went to 5 out, Shamet came in. Shamet hit a 3 to make it 93-76. Now, that was not the beginning of the run. The beginning of the run was, I believe, a Brunson made shot. Hold on, I'm going to it right now. So 90, yeah. So Brunson made a driving floater to cut it to 20, and then the Shamet 3 cut it from 20 to 17 with under 7 minutes to go. At that moment, the crowd got a little excited. And then after that, there was a Donovan Mitchell turnover. Then the Knicks called timeout. And then they came out of the timeout and Cat made a layup. After the Shamet 3, I was like, oh, that's cute. They gave the crowd something to cheer about in the fourth quarter. And then and then it was the 15. And then it was the 13. And then Harden made 1 of 2 free throws from the line. And then Brunson made another shot. And then Brunson made another shot. And then it got down to 10 with just under 5 to go. And at that point, you had to take it seriously. I wasn't willing to buy in yet. I didn't buy. I don't know if I've bought in yet. But I was not willing to buy in yet. I was refusing to buy in because if I bought in, then they could hurt me again. And I just was unwilling to get hurt again. So I didn't buy in until they were up by 9 in the overtime. Thanks, I'm AK Legend. Andrew Badow, am I #come bucketing? Yes, we've all come bucketed. I need to go. I should go change my shorts right now. Dan Hidalgo, you could tell when the Knicks went down 22 that they had a run in them. Never a doubt. I won't be sleeping tonight. That was great. Let's never do it again. That's a great super chat. Oh, never a doubt. Yeah. Man, when it was 22, then I was like, they're gonna get so clowned. When it was 22, I like, and I don't listen to I don't listen to national pods after bad losses, but just knowing that they're there and seeing them pop up on my feed and all that stuff, and even just like, it's bad with like. So like my in-laws came over earlier today. Shout out to Phil and Linda because they took my older daughter to her dance class so I could watch the game at home and do the watch along. And my father-in-law is like your typical like New York sports fan, old school Long Islander. So like Jets, Mets top of the list, and then like Knicks further down. But like, if the Knicks are good, like he'll pay attention and he like kind of knows what's going on. Now I'm doing this, so he pays attention a little bit more. But like, I was just thinking about like, and he's the sort of guy that like listens to like WFAN when he's driving around the car, the whole thing. So I was just thinking like, I'm gonna see him, tomorrow or the next day, and he's just gonna have a look on his face like, man, I don't know what to say to this poor man, my son-in-law, who I love, and just that look on the faces of people who like are like they're plugged in enough to know that they should feel awful for you. Because of like, man, I don't pay attention to this team, and even I know that that's fucking bad. That's where we were when it was down 22. It was like, oh my God, this is going to get ugly over the next 48 hours, to say nothing of like turning game 2 into a must win. Now, game 2, still a very important game, obviously, and that's where we were. And now we're here, and we're talking about a win somehow. It's fucking crazy. Thanks, Dan. Sergio with another one. Well, what do you know? It turns out OG looked pretty healthy in OT, and Cap is a killer. Get your brooms ready. Knicks in 4. Let's fucking go. I haven't said this yet. I will say this now. And I respect everything and agree with everything Benji said about the Cat. It's in the DNA. Some about the Cavs DNA, some about the Knicks DNA. One of these things is not like the other. If you're the Cavs, I for as much as you obviously are crushed, you could look at this game and you say, look, we ran out of gas. We had them. Like, oh my God, did we had them? We had every answer for everything they wanted to do. And we were asking questions that they did not know where to look for the answers, let alone find the answers. Let's go take game 2 and let's go home court advantage. Like, I think you will see a motivated Cavs team in game 2. I think now look, there was a part of me that thought the same thing going into game 2 last year after the game 1 collapse, and that team, and look, that was a close game, but like there was a something hanging over that team where it was just, you will never convince me that game 2 last year was not impacted by how they lost game 1. You will never convince me of that. We'll see. We'll see what kind of mettle this Cavs team has. I expect them to come out and, and give it a real effort and keep trying to do the things that were working for them tonight. Do I think the Knicks will win the series? Yes, I think the Knicks will win the series. Would I love for it to be a short series? Of course. But they better. I hope and I trust that they will do what they need to do from a seriousness and game plan and all of that stuff perspective moving forward. Thanks, Sergio. Pundertaker, what's going on, Pundertaker? Tell Leon Rose to get back on the phone and send Brooklyn 10 more picks right now. Cat and Bridges completely rewrote the script on their season. Unreal. Yeah, obviously Bridges much better game tonight than Cat, but Cat rewrote like what he's done. Like, look, Cat was the difference in he won them the first playoff round. I would argue as much as OG. I would say more than OG, and then he was masterful in the second round. The whole team was masterful in the second round. But so if this, look, if this does not end up being a quote unquote Cat series, not the end of the world. Really isn't. Not the end of the world. Because you know what? You have more than enough talent on this team, as we just saw. You have more than enough talent on this team for there to be different heroes, to say nothing of one particular talent who is the guy who just put on a cape and carried you home. Dan Hidalgo with another one. Thank you, Dan. Mikal Bridges has been nothing but great for us in the biggest moments. Credit due. Fuck them picks. I'm loving the Mikal love tonight. I'm loving the Mikal love. Has not always been. I've been like in the middle of the Mikal camp. I've been hard on him when it was an occasion to be hard on him. I've come to his defense when I thought people were being too hard on him. Certainly underwhelmed by him overall in the last 2 years. This game, for me, more than anything that happened last postseason, more game 1, game 2, Boston, either one. I get it. I know those plays were huge. This game for me is the game that Leon Rose can lean back in his chair and say, that's why we did it. And no one can look at him sideways because that is exactly that is what they wanted. I've said this in different ways over the last few weeks, but like, again, there was never any illusions of trading for a quote unquote star. It was about trading for that. Be there when the lights are brightest, maybe when the chips are down, do everything we need you to do on both ends of the court. Put everything on the table. Don't take anything off the table. That was Mikal Bridges tonight. He was brilliant. And now, we'll see how the next couple weeks go, but like, I'm dead serious about this. The front office can credibly look themselves in the mirror and be like, okay, we could sleep easy at night. Like we that was why we did this. And it wasn't, here's the other thing. It was not irrational for them to think that was out there for them with this player on this team. And now that's what they got. Thanks, Dan. Andrew Badow, how many more picks you want? Kindest regards, Mikal fucking Bridges. I love the Mikal love again. By the way, over 5,000 people watching right now. Shout out to all of you. If you could be so kind, if you are watching on YouTube, go hit that like button. So that helps us out. And if you're watching somewhere else, shout out to Buzzer. I know we're on Buzzer right now. Shout out to brand new sports social media app. And YouTube, or rather Twitter, if you're watching on there, come over and just and give us a like. We love that stuff. Thanks, Andrew. Next up, DJM. Say it with me. Fuck them picks. Playoff Bridges is worth it. I gotta say, I wanted to know if I was gonna get this much Mikal Bridges love. I figured there would just be more Brunson gushing and more, about the comeback in general. Thanks, DJM. Luyan Chow. Here we go. Here's someone else. Landry fucking Shamet. Harden for Knicks MVP. So they put up the stat on ESPN during the Sports Center, I think it was, after the game. And it was the updated stat of players who are total playoff games with more turnovers than points. And James Harden added another notch to that belt tonight with 5 field goals, more turnovers than field goals made. 5 field goals made and 6 turnovers. Harden was like, he was good for the first 3 quarters. Like, they even not shooting it, like he did what they needed him to do. Just like, this is why this player's like all-time legacy to me is as complicated. Like among putting aside the injury guys, putting aside Walton, putting aside Kawhi, putting aside, I'm trying to think if I'm missing anybody else. It's obvious. I'm sure I am. But like, yeah, I think he has the most complicated legacy of any all-time great, more so than Carmelo. Carmelo was the best player on 2 fucking finals teams, and he gets, which is why I never fully bought into I forget if it was Zach or Bill that made the comparison. It was a good comparison, but like Harden is the modern day guard version of Carmelo. Like Carl, like to make it to consecutive finals too. And he had other good playoff moments throughout his career. And just Harden is just the 2 columns on the ledger here. One is just, it's just so much bigger than the other. And this is just another one on that list. And whatever. Cavs traded for him. Thanks, Liam. Robert W. Cross. Hello, sir. First time, long time. It's your boy, John. Sometimes in life, when you are down, you need to believe. Maybe this really is our year. Hashtag 53 wins. I've allowed myself over the last 10 days to think about how it would feel if they do what you're alluding to. And then immediately, as this game was going on, I'm like, why did I ever allow myself to think about what that would feel like? I don't know, man. Like, there's two teams out there in the West that are really, really good. And this series isn't over yet. Long way from over. Cavs had a lot of answers tonight. And Knicks played like dog shit for a good stretch of the game. But that's why I said what I said. Like, do I think they could win it all? Yeah, they could absolutely win it all. 100% they could win it all. Team with this level of grit and toughness, belief in itself, they could win it all. Even if they don't, like, they're a special team, and I want to honor that and appreciate that, and not put that subject to something else, So that's kind of where I'm at right now, but we'll see. Not ruling it out. Thanks, Robert. Anthony Sixto. Demons were exercised tonight. Thank the good Lord. No pun intended, really, but truly. An angel came down from the heavens and saith, thou is barbecueth chick James Harden. Hashtag 9 down, 7 to go. And I agree with Benji. Like, Harden didn't do a terrible job on defense. It was just Jalen Brunson was Jalen Brunson. And there's only one of those guys. Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate you. True statement. What's going on, True statement? Not everyone is fortunate to have a Linus. Not everyone is fortunate to have a Linus. I'm assuming that's a Ocean's 11 reference. But it also might be it's a Peanuts character too, right? Yeah. I don't know which one it is. Either way, thank you. Matt, my guy from Scotland, I wasn't, so I thought about pouring myself a bottle of what you gave me, and I ended up opening a new bottle for this occasion. I opened a bottle of Bardstown. This is I don't even know where I got this. I'm assuming my mother got this for me, but I don't know. It's an Origin series. I don't know what the fuck that means, but it's very good and feels worthy of the occasion. How the hell have we just won that? How am I supposed to sleep now? It's 4 a.m. I've got work soon. Let's go Knicks. Yeah, I don't know that there's going to be much sleep happening for any of us tonight. I'm not planning on going to sleep anytime soon. I think I scheduled tomorrow's playoff hangover for 10 a.m. So I am guessing that I will get about 4 hours of sleep. And hopefully my wife has set an alarm for to wake our daughter up and get her to the bus in apt time tomorrow. Thanks, Matt. Shout out to Scotland. Tony NFL. JB is legendary. Never seen anything like this. It's just, I mean, he's unreal, man. Like, he's unreal. I referenced it in the newsletter the other day. I'll pull up the list right now. Brunson, I went through, and shout out to Andrew Claudio because he did this as a trivia question on our town hall. The list of the number of times since the decision that players have scored at least 30 points in a playoff game. Coming into tonight, Brunson was at 27. Well, now he's at 28, which puts him one behind Russell Westbrook and two behind Luka Doncic. Now, Luka Doncic and Jalen Brunson, in case you forgot, came into the league at the same time. One guy was the third pick one guy was the fuck was Luka? Fifth pick in the no. Did Luka fall to no? Sorry, hold on. It was Ayton, Bagley, Luka, yeah, and then Jaren Jackson, and then Trae Young. Oh my God, it's late. Sorry. Luka was the 3rd pick. Brunson was the 33rd pick. Luka has finished top 5 MVP 4 or 5 times, whatever. He's been the preseason MVP favorite like 3 or 4 times in his career. I didn't ask Benji in the moment, but when he was like saying before, like there aren't 2 guys in the league that can put forth that shot making performance, I'm assuming he was thinking Luka Doncic is the other one. Luka Doncic has 30 plus point playoff games. Again, Brunson now has 28. There is no universe where those 2 guys should be that close on that list, and yet they are. And that is because of all these guys I'm looking at on this list: LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, James Harden, Giannis, Kawhi, Mick Donovan, Spider, Jokic, Tatum, and then Luka, Russell Westbrook, and Jalen Brunson. I'm not saying Jalen Brunson works harder than any one of them. I will say that nobody works harder than Jalen Brunson. Such a thing does not exist. A player that works harder than this guy. And what we saw tonight was as much a testament to his skill as it was his drive. And that is why I just say it. I love him and respect him more than any athlete that I've ever had the pleasure of rooting for. Thanks, Tony. Just Sims. Let's go Knicks. Shamet and Bridges deserve stars, but Brunson saw the bat signal come on in the 4th and answered the call. 3 more to go. Yeah, pretty easy stars of the game. Brunson 3 stars. Bridges. My inclination was to say Bridges 2, Shamet 1. Does Shamet have an argument for 2 stars and Bridges 1? Maybe. It's not crazy. Bridges played 42 minutes. Shamet played 17. Yeah. I don't know. Thanks, Just Sims. Uptown, Odie, what's going on, Uptown? Even by our Knicks standards, this was an unbelievable comeback. I've never seen anything like this. We've never seen anything like that. I've watched this team since 1983. There's never been anything like that. With this much on the line, there's never been anything like this. I mean, even the Pacers game last year, game 3 in Indiana, the Cat comeback. They were down 20 in that 4th quarter. They came back and won. I think they were down 20 in that 4th quarter. If they weren't down 20 in the 4th quarter, they're down 20 at some point during the game. I'll go look it up right now. But this is the craziest thing we've ever seen. Brunson is a god. Those shots were extremely difficult, and he had no margin for error. Shamet was spectacular on defense, too. Yes. Shamet arguably more important on defense than on offense. Number 1. Number 2, pretty sure Brunson hit every shot with the exception of the one he missed. I think it was in overtime that Cat got a hand on it and it drew a foul on the offensive rebound. Pretty sure that was the only shot that Brunson missed through the whole freaking stretch, but I'll double check that right now. Yeah, Jalen Brunson's good basketball player. Just throw that out there. Jason M, what's going on, Jason M? How you doing, man? What you have to respect about the Knicks is a quote, by the way. You have to put them away every single possession. You can't leave anything to effing chance with that team ever. That's what they do. Thank you for that. That's a great call by you, Jason, to bring up the Eric Spoelstra quote from, I forget if it was this year or last year. I think it was last year. No. Was it this year? I think it was this year. Was that the... No, I'm losing my mind. It all runs together. In any case, it was a great quote, and Eric Spoelstra knows what the fuck he's talking about. It is in their DNA, and look, where does it come from? They've changed coaches. They've changed key players. I have to think it's a collective thing, but I have to think that Brunson is as responsible for that as anyone. Yeah, Brunson in the fourth quarter, 7 of 9 from the field for 15 points. In clutch time, Brunson only took 2 shots in the clutch because he made a lot of the right passes. And then in the overtime, Brunson 1 of 2. So he missed 2 shots in the fourth quarter. I don't remember those 2 shots. I think they were maybe early on. I don't know. I'll have to go look at those. Anyway, thanks, Jason. Great stuff by you. Andy McCabe, get Ewing on Knicks Film School opening, please. Shamet game. Well, the Shamet game was earlier this year against the Miami Heat. It might have been the game that prompted freaking Spoelstra to say that quote. Guys, it's a 24-second timer. That's why Ewing's not there. Ewing was number 33. I don't know how many times I have to say that, but I'll say it again. It's a 24-second timer to mimic the 24-second shot clock. That's why we do it. Thanks, Andy. Mecky, what's going on? Oh, my guy, who's incredibly generous on the watch along and obviously this whole postseason. And now here's another one. The lights were too bright. Well, I don't know if Jared had any quotes after this game. I thought Jared played a great game too. I thought Jared played a great game. I really did. I think, I don't know. I don't know how I would process this as a Cavs fan. Actually, no, I do. I do know how I process this as a Cavs fan. Because I had to process this last year. And it felt like, this is not going to speak highly of me. It was game 1 last year was the most devastating thing I've never felt like that for my life or since. I was that destroyed me to a level that is not healthy at all on so many levels. But now here's my hope. My hope is that there is no Cavs fan out there who takes this stuff as seriously as I know I'm not alone. I know there are other people out there with my same level of disease. Because I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Thanks, Mackie. Appreciate you, man. It's really kind of you. Sam Garcia. I don't have words, John. Pinch me. I'm still struggling to come up with the words because we never saw anything like it. So it's tough. It's tough to come up with the words. Looking this up. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate you. Sam Skates. Hashtag 69 wins. I need a cigarette. I want to go out and find a cigar right now. That's what I want. Yeah, the Pacers were down. The Knicks were down 20 in that game. The question is, were they down 20? I'm looking at game 3 of the Pacers series last year. Were they down 20 in the fourth? No, they were not down 20 in the fourth. My memory is really shot. No, they were down 20 in the first half. They were down 55-35. In the second half, it was 15 was the maximum lead in the second half of that game. Yeah, my memory is really bad. But yeah, that was a great comeback. Nothing like this. Thanks, Sam. I am AK Legend. Hello. James Harden and Donovan were better than Brunson until it was time to be better than Jalen Brunson. I love you, JB. Shout out to Shamet. Let's go. We hear, we believe, and why not now? So you just had you have a few of our slogans up there. I was deciding what outfit to go with tonight, and I went with this. You can see this. So this was our playoff T-shirt that we did for 2023, which was the Brunson's first year. And notably, this was the last Cavs series. Was the 2023 playoffs. I always like this one. I like the we back. Didn't quite have the same ring as we here, but it worked. And I like the way this T-shirt looks on me too. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna wear this, and I will always remember it now. I may never wear this again. maybe if they get to the finals, I'll pull it out for that. Thanks, IMAK. Tony with another one. If this isn't a team of destiny, I don't know what is. We'll see. They're gonna have to play really well. Maybe not to win this series. They'll play better than they did tonight, but that's the climb that would be waiting for them. Oh boy. Just thinking about the game last night, the Spurs Thunder game is that was staggeringly great basketball. But look, the Knicks could beat either of those teams. It's not crazy to say. Thanks, Tony. On a shtick. Oh, captain, my captain, the one and only. What a fucking dude Jalen Brunson is. My God. Getting him, it was worth all the shit. All the years of shit. It was so worth it. Thanks, on a shtick. Rob DeLusma. We always have a chance when James Harden, a.k.a. Mr. Buffet Table, is playing for the other team. Go Knicks. Shout out to Andrew Claudio, who did a great crossover pod with the Chase Down guys. If you haven't listened to it, listen to it tomorrow. It hasn't aged a day. Except in this one respect. The guys were like, yeah, we know, and they were right about this, to be clear. Whatever the numbers with Harden, he has had some games where the numbers weren't great, but at no point in time during this postseason were they were like, have we felt like, oh, James Harden is the reason that we lost this game, or was even like on the top, 2 or 3. Because for as much as the numbers haven't been great, and for as much as like he has had some not great moments, obviously has had a shit ton of turnovers. He was not the reason that they were losing when they were losing, by and large. And they both said coming into tonight that they were like, they thought Harden had been the better playoff player than Mitchell. They had Mobley as the best Cav in the playoffs so far, followed, I think, by Harden, followed by Mitchell. And that wasn't a crazy thing to say, I don't think. But tonight, like, look, this goes on the permanent resume. It does. It just does. Thanks, Rob. Jason M. 5-out lineup. Who would have thought? Changed the game. It changed the season. Changed the series, changed the season, changed the game, changed everything. And again, credit to Mike Brown. He went to it. Too late, but he went to it. Thanks, Jason. Precocious Salmon. What's going on, Precocious? KFS, take my money. We appreciate it. Who would an opposing team, coach, or fan fear more than Jalen Brunson in the fourth quarter? JB is top 2 and not 2. Let's fucking go Knicks and some of you Gunners. So in Jalen Brunson's league, in terms of fourth quarter, like, watch out, this guy is getting going, like, hide your kids, hide your wife. I mean, the only guy in the East, I think, is the closest guy in the East, I think, is Donovan Mitchell. And the problem with Mitchell, and I wrote this before the series started, I think he settles too much. I think he settles too. I mean, he had one free throw tonight, he settles for threes too much. I think Cade is getting close, if I'm being honest, but the turnovers are just brutal, and they come seemingly at all kinds of random occasions. So I think really you're talking about, I mean, look, even at this advanced age, you're talking about Steph. When Steph gets going, it's a real sight to behold. But at this age, I feel like he can't quite maintain it for the whole time. So I would put Brunson ahead of Steph ever so slightly. Ant deserves a mention. I will, just for the shot making craft, and because again, Ant is kind of become more dependent on the 3. I would put Brunson ahead of Ant, and then that leaves us with Luka, Jokic, and SGA. And I guess Wemby is butting himself into that conversation. So essentially the 4 best players in basketball. I mean, look, Jokic we've had now, a couple of years worth of some big fourth quarters where Jokic has worn down. That's part of his resume. Luka hasn't, he's been injured for this playoff, so that's a tough one. But, Luka's right there. And then the guy that you would have put above Brunson 48 hours ago, certainly, is SGA. And, recency bias, because SGA, not his best moment yesterday. And tonight we obviously got this from Jalen Brunson. But I think SGA is the main. He's the belt holder right now. Now we'll see how the next several weeks go. But SGA is a tough guy to stop. As is Jalen. So thanks, Precocious. Hush Zoo, what's going on, Hush? Tears in my eyes, man. I had him a little bit. Towards the end of the game. I was like, I didn't want to fully let it go, but I was there. I was right there with you, man. Still shaking. Jalen Brunson is godsend. Mikal Bridges, fuck them picks. We got our Indy game 1 back. The basketball gods gave it back. No, they didn't give shit back. We took it. Yeah, that luck is when hard work meets opportunity. Is that the quote? Maybe. Either way, they had an opportunity and they worked their asses to take advantage of it, and they did. So, yeah, shout out to them and shout out to you, Hush. Appreciate you, man. Michael Aaron, what's going on, Michael? The only silver lining of split custody is that my daughter wasn't here tonight to be woken up by my screams. What the actual fuck? So I went up to check in with my wife and give my wife a hug and a kiss after we finished the watch along and before I started this. And she was all smiles, and it was a very lovely moment. She did not say, and I did not ask her whether I woke up the household with the Shamet 3. Because the Shamet 3 was the one that put him up 9 in the overtime, which is the moment that I allowed myself to believe they were going to win the game. And I will have to ask her that tomorrow. And I will let you know what she says and what the answer is. Thanks, Michael. 221 B. Baker. Becky Hammond. We indeed have a dude. I think, listen, there's a lot of mea culpas that have needed to be said over the last 4 years. None louder than tonight. Thanks, B. Baker. Iceman Sham, Jalen Brunson, let me pour honey on you, goat. Reminds me, I don't know if I said this yet. I made my daughter listen to some classic, or not classic, 80s rock songs, including Pour Some Sugar on Me. She did not appreciate it. I'll just say that. But yes, Jalen Brunson, I don't know if he's going to let you pour honey on him, but it's nice that you asked. Thanks, Iceman. Barry Craver. What's going on, Barry? How you doing, buddy? Bridges deserves a shout out. He deserves many shout outs, and we gave him a lot of shout outs. John, my buddy Brianna, Bulls fan, is a converted KFS fan. So give him a shout out as well. Shout out to you. If I was a Bulls fan, I would probably be looking to convert because what a sad sack franchise that has been. Good luck with, the new GM, head coach, fourth pick in the draft. Things are looking up for the Bulls. But yeah, we're happy to have you. We're happy to have anybody who wants to be a part of what we do here. And this is fun. Thanks, Barry. Hannibal Miles, through thick and thin, we are the New York Knicks. Makes me think of the great song. We are the New York Knicks. Oh, we are the New York Knicks. Do I have a Go New York? I have a Go New York. Oh, there it is. Right there. Right. No, which shoulder? That shoulder. Go New York, go New York, go. I forget what game I went to that I got that. That was one of those jobs that they handed out. I'm pretty sure pretty sure I covered up the bottom. I'm pretty sure that's sponsored by Nobody Beats the Wiz. I have a few different things here out in the collection that are sponsored by Nobody Beats the Wiz. Shout out to Nobody Beats the Wiz. Lovely institution that was. Thanks, Hannibal. Shrewd cover brick. This fucking team, thank God for Landry Shamet. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. Maybe we'll do that this summer. Rank in the Jalen Brunson era the top 10 this fucking team games. Is there a more this fucking team game than this game? I don't think that there is. The only two contenders, I think, is Boston games 1 and 2. And I'm sorry, but this is better. This is absolutely better. One round deeper, same spot, same place, same time, same moment, same everything as what happened last year. You had to exercise those demons. You had played like such shit for the better part of I mean, certainly the entire third quarter, and you hadn't played well all night, really. This is the number one this fucking team game of this Knicks era, which is really saying something. Thanks, Shrewd Clever Brick. Zach Horowitz, what's going on, Zach? John, is this real? I don't know. If this is some kind of practical joke, I'm going to be very upset. That game will shake off that rust, a gift of hopefully learning and still winning. Unwashed cat shirt is 8-0. God help my family. What cat shirt did you get? Did you get like, I don't think we've ever done a cat shirt. You must have got a jersey or something. No, man, don't watch that shit. I can't believe they've won 8 playoff games in a row, which is now tied for the longest in this postseason because the Thunder started off 8-0. They lost, of course. So we're tied. We're tied for the mark this postseason. It's pretty cool. Thanks, Zach. Keep not watching that shit. Rich McLeod, greatest comeback in Knicks history. That was some Team of Destiny type shit tonight. They may have forever shut me and my PTSD up. So it really does come down to what was it that we saw over the first three quarters and a couple of minutes? Because like, I'm just thinking of like the PTSD that this team has given over 2 years is, did the first half rise to PTSD levels? And I'm on the fence. The third quarter was PTSD, which is like, oh, they're diarrheaing down their leg now because things were not going their way and they can't find any answers. That was PTSD. The first half, I was like, and Rich, you were watching the watch along. I was kind of like, I was frustrated. I was annoyed. I was like, man, it's like some of this is self-enforced shit. But I was also like, they're defending hard and they're defending hard, period. They're defending pretty well. Like, they haven't made shots, off for a bunch of time, adjustments, yada, yada, yada. I don't know. I guess my point is like, should this put the PTSD behind you forever? The reality is like, this is who the team is. The team that comes back from 22 down, this is who they are. They're also the team that could go down 22 in fucking game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in their own building. They are that team. They are both of these teams. This is who they are. It has been who they are for 2 years. You would love to think, right, that this is it. This is it. The nonsense stops tonight. You never know. You never know. But let's hope. Let's hope. Thanks, Rich. Shout out to Just Mets Pod. Sorry you guys didn't win tonight. Elbow, what's going on? Elbow 12-16. Man, what a win. Love to see the no quit with this team. This was almost like the reverse of last year's game 1 against the Pacers. No, it wasn't almost like the reverse of that. It was the reverse of that. They had a 14-point lead with 3 minutes and change to go. The Cavs had a 22-point lead with 7 and change to go. They had a 20-point lead with under 7 minutes to go. And back on the box score right here. When that Mobley 3 went down, that was up 8 with 3:09 left. And then OG got fouled, made 1 of 2. And then there was a loose ball foul, and then Bridges made the 3. That's what happened on that possession. I fucked that possession up when I was talking about it earlier. I forgot that happened. That was so big. And then Hart missed the 3, and that's what it was. Allen made the tip shot, and they were down. That's the thing. They were down 6 with under 2 to go. And then okay, here's what happened. I got what happened after the Mobley 3 confused with what happened after the Allen tip shot. Because it was after the Mobley 3 that OG missed a second free throw, but they got the offensive foul and then the McCall 3, so they're within 4. But then after Allen made the tip shot, that's when OG missed the 3, and then the Cavs had the ball. Mobley missed it 2, and then Bridges made another 3. I mean, Bridges was so, man. What a fucking game for Mikal Bridges. Unbelievable. Thanks, Elbow. What's up? Kev, am I good? I see you pop back on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, you good, money.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. LM Auskopf. I don't know if I got that right. Today was my birthday. You're welcome, everyone. Happy birthday! Shout out to you. Hajdu, did that really just happen? I don't know. I still don't believe it. I mean that. I'm not convinced that actually happened. Thanks. Jay Blaze. No way that fucking happened. I'm befuddled. Ben Tauber. Shamet rewarded Mike Brown's lasting faith in him. Yeah, you could look at it like that, and I would say, yeah, like Shamet was like Mike Brown's guy throughout the whole year, and yet he lost his spot in the rotation. In the playoffs, he lost his spot in the rotation. And then, but that's the thing that was like, so it was frankly confusing tonight. He lost his spot in the rotation in the playoffs, got his spot in the rotation back in the playoffs, was awesome when he got his spot in the rotation back. I'll pull up his numbers right now. So here we go. So it was like he played 3 minutes in game 3 against the Hawks, played 3 minutes in game 4 against the Hawks, played 3 minutes in game 5 against the Hawks, and then played a lot of garbage time against the Hawks in game 6. And then really didn't fully get his rotation spot back until after OG went down. 12 minutes game 1 Philly, but again, there was a lot of garbage time. Did play 8 minutes in game 2 against Philly. Okay. But also, what was that? I forget when OG went. Oh, no, OG went down late in that game. So, okay, he was like on the fringes. But then 26 minutes, Philly game 3, which was close at times. The dude was 5 for 6 from the field and 2 of 3 from deep in that game. And then in the game 6 blowout, he was 4 of 7 from the field, 4 of 6 from deep. So the guy in the last 2 games in the Philly series was 9 of 13 from the field. And then came into tonight and he played 3 minutes in the first 40 minutes of the basketball game. And I was like, what? I was confused. I was confused. And so it was like, yes, Mike Brown has had faith in him, on many occasions, but also didn't really have faith in him tonight up until it was like almost too late. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate you. Tim L. What's going on, Tim? This is one of my favorite sports moments ever. Watching John lose his mind on the watch along was incredible. I was with you guys every step of the way. Let's fucking go Knicks. All the way from Melbourne, Australia. Tim, thank you, man. Thank you for checking in from so far away. Appreciate you watching the watch along. Appreciate you watching right now. I think it's the morning time where you are, which is amazing. Favorite sports moments ever. Let's see. The Houston shot, the LJ 4-point play, Brunson crying the night, whatever. He made his first All-Star team with that win against the Pacers. Tiger winning the Masters a few years ago. Second Steelers Super Bowl over the Cards for me. I was a pretty diehard Steelers fan at that point. And then there were a couple of moments during the Yankees Diamondbacks World Series. The Mr. November moment, like obviously they lost that series, but there were some moments in that series as well. Those are the ones that come to mind. Was this better than all? Man. This was up there. I don't know. I got to sleep on that. This is, I can't sit here and put anything definitively above this. I'll say that. Right now, sitting here talking about it, I personally cannot put anything definitively above this. And again, I've seen teams that I have rooted for win the championship. But this is insane, man, that we're sitting here talking about this as a win. Thanks, Tim. Richard David, what's going on, Richard? Live about 4 hours north of New York City. Not many Knicks fans up this way. This is my fan family. It's really kind. We deserve to celebrate that one. Tell JB he too small. Dare ya? Yeah, no, maybe don't tell that to JB. Not if you're hoping to win a basketball game. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you. Feisty Turkey, what a blessed name. Take my money, John Macri. We appreciate it. Sham Daddy, Brunson, fantastic. Have to think this is the worst. We'll play all series 2. I'm ready to get hurt. I hope it's the worst. I think it's probably the worst they'll play all series. I don't think that's unfair. I don't think that's unfair. I think, look, they figured some stuff out. I don't think. Let me say this for my beloved Thomas Jamas. Sitting here, if I was sitting here, if he was, now I don't know that they would have won this game if he was the coach. If he was the coach and I was sitting here and I was talking about the team after that win, I would not be nearly as confident as I am that the Knicks will lean more into what very clearly worked. I don't think they're going to change the starting 5 tomorrow or 2 days from now. Well, actually, no, tomorrow now because it's Wednesday. It's fucking 1:30 in the morning. Shout out to everybody watching. We have almost 5,000 people watching. I am more confident that Mike Brown will lean more into what worked. How much and what does that look like? We will see. Thanks, Feisty Turkey. Shout out to All NBA Podcast for tweeting this out. James Harden was the screener defender on 21 on-ball picks in the fourth quarter and overtime. The Knicks got 1.6 points per direct action on those plays. That is pretty good. Z Raheem, what's going on, Z? Mike Brown had the stones to sit Hart down the stretch after seeing the first 3 quarters. He built that trust in Landry Shamet by giving him chances from game 1 through game 81 to earn it. Paying off now. Kudos to Mike Brown. You won the game. You made the adjustment that won the game. I would argue that the adjustment came too late. I would argue that, especially when you started off like you started off in the third quarter, the adjustment came a little bit too late. At the same time, Josh Hart is an instrumental part of your team. He's a part of your core. You're part of your culture. He's your everything to you. So I will say this for Mike Brown. I do not envy the position he was in tonight, because if there is a player on your roster who you want to give every opportunity to figure it out, it is Josh Hart. At the same time, as others have said, as Benji talked about, it's not that this was Josh Hart's fault, right? Like, it's on the coach in this scenario to do the hard thing. And eventually he did. But that's your job, man, as a coach. And by the way, and last thing I'll say, for all we talk about how, you got to start Josh Hart because the team, he's a huge part of your team and guys believe in him and he's a symbol of kind of like what you are and all that stuff. Part of being a great coach is not only making the difficult adjustment or the hard adjustment, but it is having the currency and respect level with your player, no matter who they are, that when it comes time to make the difficult choice, you can look at them and they know that you are doing it because you believe it, and they have no doubt that you are doing it because you believe it is in the best interest of winning. And everybody has faith in it. And nobody is like, oh, he's getting nervous. He's doing the this is reactionary or yada, yada, yada. So look, it's a tough tightrope to walk. And look, they won the game. So that's all that matters. Thanks, Z. AG Blatt Vids. So this is what the Pacers fans felt last year. Different because the Pacers were on a charmed run. They had a fourth quarter or an end of game moment like this against the Bucks in the first round. They had a fourth quarter moment like this against the Cavs in the second round. And then, of course, they had their moment against us in game 1. So theirs was different. This is unique because the Knicks were very much not building up to this. They had one attempt at a fourth quarter comeback earlier in the playoffs and they couldn't pull it off, So a little bit different, but yeah. Thanks, AG. Ron Tequila, what's going on, Ron? Some of the best shot making I've ever seen. Brunson is a mother freaking god. Also, no disrespect, but Hart shouldn't see the floor the rest of the series. Well, that's insane. And again, I lean on Benji because Benji's way smarter when it comes to this stuff than I certainly am. And I think he called it, like it should be called, which is that maybe it's 20 minutes, maybe it's 20 to 25, something in that range. Like you continue giving Josh Hart chances in the series because of all the things that he does to help you win basketball games, because you're just not going to pull a guy like that and you retain your locker room because you're just not. But you just have to be ready. You have to be ready to make the quick decision. But no, you keep giving Josh Hart chances and you just have a quick hook. Thanks, Ron. Riyadh, the prince who was promised, Demon Slayer, trauma healed. He refused to let us go down like that. Curse reversed. This is our time. Great chat, Riyadh. Appreciate you. Makes me think of, apologies, I don't know the name of the person, but my buddy Bernard is into wrestling and sent me some clip of some wrestling person who went on an ESPN show, I guess, with Stephen A. Smith and put a curse on the Cavs. Man, shit. Fourth quarter like that, hard to think that you're not a little bit cursed. Thanks, Riyadh. Drew Marr got off work and immediately checked the score to see us down 20. Smile wiped off my face. Tuned in to watch along, and 20 minutes later, I got to see John literally jump out of his seat. What a game. I'm surprised I didn't fall on the floor, honestly. What a wild moment. What a wild night. I'm still processing it, if I'm being honest. But glad you watched along with us. Welcome aboard, and happy to have you. Thank you. Hush with another one. This was monumental. This will be told to generations after us. This is Knicks basketball. The documentary will be Cinema. Mark Cuban, you're the greatest. Yeah. Shout out to the Mavs. They really know what they're doing, man. Oh, boy. Goodness gracious. I haven't said the name Jason Kidd yet tonight. I didn't even mention it on the watch along. I haven't commented on it yet. The only thing I will say is the fact that he got fired today. Now, granted, it's Masai and new front office vision and the whole thing. It just makes it so the fact that, you know, everything that's happened, that whole thing last summer, that was a pissing match. That was a pissing match between the Mavs, who were pissed off at a lot of things the Knicks did over the years, and the Knicks, who, wanted Kidd, and the Mavs, and Kidd wanted the Knicks, and I would bet anything the Knicks knew Kidd wanted them when they engaged, when they started out on that process, and Kidd wanted them, and the Mavs were just like, no, we're no, you're not going to just bully us into, us giving you our coach. You're not going to do it. And the Knicks were like, all right, fine. You don't want to make this easier for us. We'll just go hire someone else. And I really do think it was kind of like a staring contest. Because again, I don't think for a second the Mavs were ever like married to Jason Kidd. He didn't want to be there. It's fucking obvious he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be there the second that Luka trade happened. You saw it all over his face. So what a just a disastrously run organization that has been now 4 years. And they had this guy, and they could have had him for 4 more years and $55 million, and they said, fuck off. They got to live with that. So sucks to be them. Thanks, Hush. Jerry D, thank you so much. There's another crazy one here. What is life? Life is great as a Knicks fan. That's what life is. And just win this series, please. That's all I ask. Win this series so this can remain this level of moment, right? Until the end of time. Ideally win the championship, win the whole thing. But if you just win the series, everybody who participated in this night will get to cherish this moment for the rest of their lives. Just win the series and go from there. Thanks, Jerry. Really appreciate you. Giovanni Mistretta, what's going on, Giovanni? Hope was lost down 20 plus, but Jalen put Harden in a fucking cage. 18 to 1 run. How you doing? And won. Landry was the difference, defense and shooting. It was an 18 to 1. What's more impressive? An 18 to 1 run or a 39 to 5 run? I don't know. They're both pretty good. 18 to 1, man, freaking wild. I can't believe that happened. Can't believe that happened. Thanks, Giovanni. Appreciate you, man. Dom the dentist. What's going on, Dom? Coaching decisions won this game, but they also almost lost it. Do not double Harden ever again. Hashtag Knicks in 4. How about this? If you're gonna double Harden, fucking double him. Don't half-ass the double. Now, I would also say don't double him a ton, but I think the key to beating a great offense and defending a great offense who has things that they could pivot to make you uncomfortable and put you and expose you is variance. The problem came when they did some different things in the first half, and I thought it worked pretty well. And then the Cavs didn't even score 50 points in the first half. They got to the third quarter, and it's like all of their wires got crossed, and it's like, well, let's bastardize all of these things and just combine these different coverages into something that doesn't stop anything. It's like, but look, generally speaking, Dom, I agree with you. Limit the doubles. But if you're gonna double, A, fucking double, and B, don't concede so easily. I think that for all the astute analysis that Benjy gave, I think the smartest thing that he said was that they fought harder to not concede shit in the fourth quarter and overtime. And sometimes that's all it takes, just fighting. Thanks, Tom. Exhibition continues. Oh, man, I feel like I haven't heard from you that much this season or recently. Brunson fucking burner. I just survived 2 heart attacks and an aneurysm, so I know I don't have the words to describe what I just saw. Absolutely insane. We snapped out of it just in time to steal that on to game 2. I didn't mention this when I went up to give my wife a kiss before the postgame started. She was like, "Did you take your heart medication tonight?" And I said, "No, I did not take it yet, but I will take it before I go to bed, I promise." So I need to take, and that's for my cholesterol, to be clear. I refused to go all the way in. I refused to go all the way in until the Shamet 3 in the overtime to put them up by 9. Even as of all the reactions that I had tonight, to me, the funniest one is probably when they actually got it to overtime. Because even that, I was like, no, there's no way. There's no way that they're actually going to get this to overtime. And then they got it to overtime. And I'm like, but even then, I was like, there was a part of me in the back of my head that was like, well, now it's just going to make it hurt that much more because they're going to lose in overtime, And credit to them, because last year the Pacers got it to overtime, and the Knicks came out and they're like, "No, we're not going to go down like this. We are not going to go down without a fight." And Zach Lowe has mentioned it several times on his pod over the last year, and I'll mention it here. If the Brunson should have been a goaltending call, if that was called, I believe that would have put the Knicks up by 6 in the overtime period. Now they ended up losing the game and ended up not being close, but the Knicks did not go down without a fight last year, despite what happened to them in the last 3.5 minutes of regulation. Tonight, you saw the Cavs go down pretty meekly once you got to the overtime. So, as Benjy said, different DNA. Thanks, exhibition continues. Appreciate you. Miguel Bustos, what's going on, Miguel? 0 injuries, rust off, and up 1-0. They should have put us away when they had the chance. Knicks Nation willed this win today. 7 more to go. Fascinated to see how the rest of the series goes. Look, you could tell me. Look, to be clear, I'm not counting this as a series win yet. They got to win 3 more games. And the Cavs did some real shit to fluster them. But, you could tell me this series is over in 5 games. You could tell me this is over in 6 games. You could tell me this goes 7. I'd believe any of them. It's still at this point. I don't know. After tonight, maybe 7 would surprise me a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence about that one. Either way, hopefully we look back on this with that exact sentiment. They should have killed us when they had the chance. Knicks are like James Bond. Like the enemy, the bad guy's busy telling them about their plan, their master plan. And meanwhile, he's wriggling out of the handcuffs or whatever. All right. Next up. Thanks, Miguel. Justin Richards. What's going on, Justin? The Cavs are mentally cooked. This was exactly like the Christmas Day game sans Kolek. Jalen Brunson saved basketball in this city. The Christmas Day game might have been the best game of the year. It might have been the best game of the year. Up there with the Denver games, up there with the NBA Cup, up there. I mean, that was up there with pretty much any regular season win of the Jalen Brunson era. That was a really special game. And that was a special comeback. So, yeah, I mean, look, the Cavs, it's happened to them twice now. Are they mentally cooked? I can't go there yet. I want to see how they come out in the next game, but, you know, I'd forgive them if they were. Thanks, Justin. Oscar, what's going on, Oscar? I don't want to hear anything about them picks no more. Amen. Thanks, Oscar. Drew P, last year's game one hurts a little less now. It's wiped for me. It's done. It's done. It's over. It's over. Regardless of what happens the rest of the series, it's gone. You've exercised the demons. If you win this series now, then this becomes... then it solidifies. It solidifies itself as an all-time Knicks moment, right up there with 4-point play, Allen Houston shot, you know, the Dante shot, or the end of game 2 against Philly. It goes right. I mean, look. As of right now, there is a chance that we will look back on tonight as the second greatest moment in Knicks history, behind only Here Comes Willis. That's where we're at right now. That's in play, which is wild. Thanks, Drew. Dom, the dentist. I never not believed except for the entire game. Appreciate it. Oh, goodness. Thanks, Dom. Varun, what's going on, Varun? John, please explain to my wife that she shouldn't kill me, and I woke her up mid-sleep with my yelling and hollering. This is a team of destiny. Yeah, man. If you're married and she don't get it yet, she ain't never gonna get it. I'm sorry to report that to you, man. Good luck. Thankfully, my wife gets it. Dan Hidalgo, what if we didn't win? I guess we'll never know. So I would have thought that they could have still won the series, and I probably would have thought that they still would have won the series. I would have thought that they would have figured it out. I would have thought they would have come back, win game 2, stolen one of the 2 games in Cleveland, go back to New York, tied 2-2, and then just probably win in 7. But you never know. Thanks, Dan. Hazoo, Mike, the answer is right there. 44-11 run. This is not a hard series, and that's okay. He's been incredible the last 2 series. Can we step on their next game 2 now? Yeah, it's not. It is probably not a hard series. Again, don't think you're adjusting the starting lineup. You got to be ready with a plan. You got to be ready with a quick hook. And the plan should not be only Josh, shoot it when you're open. Like, that cannot be the only plan. As Benji said earlier, they are too talented a team to depend on Josh Hart making threes. Thank you, Hush. Sam Garcia's dad. What's going on, Ray? This fucking team, John. Yeah. A lot going around right now. Thanks, Ray. Dom Cappuccini. I always appreciate Dom because I know that there is not a Knicks fan out there that is happier than Dom. I have a confession. When Wade hit the 3 early in the 4th to put the Cavs up by 17, I switched from the game to the watch along. I had to check in on you and GMAC. Once JB hit that 3 to go down by 5, I never gave up. Well, thank you for following along with us. When Wade hit the 3, was that that was up by 17? Was that the 4-point play? I think that was the 4-point play, right? Because Clarkson fouled him. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that was that. Hold on. I have the internet. If I have to scroll all the way up though. Yeah, because it was 85 to 71. They were hanging around. Then Wade 4-point fucking play. Clarkson foul. Yeah, under 9 minutes to go. And then Towns misses a bunny, and then Mitchell hits a 3, and they're down by 21. So, yeah, just wild, wacky shit. Thanks, Tom. Iceman Sham with another one. Man, I can't believe we actually won that. Brunson looked like Jordan and Harden was a cone. And damn, if you're the Cavs, how do you rebound from this? Well, A, that's not my problem. B, I think Harden, again, he gave it what he could give it on defense. And it just, look, the effort was there. He's an older player who's not a great individual defender. And Jalen Brunson's Jalen Brunson. Thanks, Iceman. Bing Bongonomics. That's creative. Lies, damn lies, and game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I dig that. Thanks, man. DDD. I just remember thinking of my wife when I see you, because that's what I call her. I said during the game it was all rhythm. Once the defense picked back up, the defense kicked into gear. Or excuse me, once the offense picked back up, the defense kicked into gear and they started dominating. Knicks in 4. Hopefully, your lips to God's ears. Honestly, I think the biggest takeaway for me from the third quarter is I think they started to let the offensive struggles infect their defense, which is not something that you could have said at any point in this playoffs previously. I think that's the first time we said that. We could have said that, but they did. And it went the other way in the fourth quarter. Thanks, DDD. Appreciate you. Ron G. First time, long time. What's going on? Welcome aboard, Ron. Thank you. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Giddy up. Appreciate the contribution, Ron. Thanks so much. Money Mitch. What's going on, Money Mitch? I'll speak for myself, but this game helps me heal from last year's game 1 in the Eastern Conference Finals. You're not the only one who's feeling this. You're definitely not the only one who's feeling this, because I'm right there with you. We finally had our fuck you moment. Brunson has a killer instinct in him that screams championship pedigree. # Mamba mentality. I needed this. Myself, I needed this. I needed this to get over that, because I've never gotten over it. And if you don't believe me that I've never gotten over it, all you needed to do was watch me on the watch along, really, as the comeback was starting to happen. And I was refusing to let myself get to buy in, because I said it again, I said it before, I'll say it again. I could not, I don't think I could physically deal with the level of how upset I was after game 1 last year. I don't think I could ever deal with that again. It was a moment for me where I had to take a step back and be like, this matters way too much to you. And yet I'm it's not like I've changed. So yeah, thanks, Money Mitch. Appreciate you. Mike M. Thank you for the contribution, Mike M. Appreciate you. I don't know if there's a comment that he put somewhere else, but yeah. Dom with another one. Thank you so much, Dom. I'm not trying to get cocky, but I'm very curious and excited to see what Cavs team comes out on Thursday. Why? because I've seen this story before. Go Knicks, Knicks in 6 or 5. I think the Cavs are going to come out like, I think they will. I do not think that they will come out like a dead team walking. I think they will come out. I think this is look, it's a veteran group. They're still in the Eastern Conference Finals. And most importantly, they could look at themselves and say, we had answers for them at both ends of the floor, which, by the way, I don't think, like the Knicks last year after game 1, I don't think that they ever solved in that game 1 the Pacers offense. Like the Pacers scored at will for a lot of that game. The Knicks just scored better. So it's not like the Knicks after game 1 last year could have gone into game 2 and be like, we got these guys. We figured them out at both ends. I'm not saying the Cavs should think that, because the Knicks obviously got a lot of answers with the lineup change, most significantly down the stretch of the game. And like a lot of it, as we've talked about, was just like effort on defense and tenacity and also personnel. But a little bit of scheme stuff too. But the Cavs could, they could talk. I don't know. I don't know if they have it in them, but they could talk themselves into like, hey, that's okay. We got another opportunity to steal a road game. We'll see if they do. Thanks, Tom. Hush, again, can't believe that happened. Say it 100 more times, I'm still not going to believe that happened. Insanity. Thanks, Hush. Oh, Team of Destiny. It's the only explanation. I hope so. We'll see. Kanye and Pepper. That loose ball foul. We got lucky, man. Thanks, Macri. The loose ball foul. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I wrote something down. I think I noted that. Oh, yes. After OG's missed free throw. That was like one of the few notes that I took, because I was like, in the moment, I was like, that might be big. That might be big. I forget who it was on and who it was like committed against, but did they get a little fortunate there? Sure. Because that led to the McCall 3, and that was as big a shot as there was in the game. And it was a fucking crazy shot, but they never would have had an opportunity for that crazy shot if they didn't call that loose ball foul. Thanks, Kanyen. Ja so focused. Knicks have broken a gazillion records in this playoff run. Biggest comeback in a playoff fourth quarter since at least 1970. It's at least 1970 because that's, I think, as far back as they could track as far as like the play-by-play data. Is it too soon to call it destiny? It's too soon for me to call it destiny because I am overly cautious and a scaredy cat. If you want to call it destiny, you could call it destiny. I ain't going to argue with you. Thanks, Ja. Mr. Fabro, $10 for good game 2 vibes. Well, thank you. I wish there was a way karmically for me to take what you guys are sending here to Knicks Film School in terms of the vibes and then channel it directly into the Knicks. Because if they win a championship, I could die in peace. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do that, but hopefully it's working. Man, do I want them to get game 2. If they could go up 2-0 in this series, because then it's like, just take one of the games in Cleveland, and then you should be okay. Andrew Badow. John, I'm still just in like a trance. Repeat your monologue as if they were my words too. Lost my voice in my home for the first time in my life. Well, it's really, I'm glad you appreciated it. It doesn't feel real. I keep referencing the impact of last year and the catharsis. I think only look, every Knicks fan, no matter what level of Knicks fan you are, this is a great night for you. If you are the level of obsession that I have to admit that I am, this was a very important evening for you. And we could just leave it at that. We could leave it at that. Thank you, Andrew. Beach Chair, what's going on, Beach Chair? That comeback was unreal, but they've shown us in the past couple seasons that they could do that. Complete inverse of the game one versus the Eastern Conference Finals last year. Love these Knicks. Yeah, they're hashtag likable. Hashtag likable. And yeah, they have it in them. It's part of their DNA. It's why Benjy's the first words out of his mouth were so poignant. And I could not agree more with every word. Thanks, Beach Chair. Mark, what are you doing, Mark? Come on, man. Mark, our producer extraordinaire. Shout out again to the amazing video he put forth. Mark's gonna have his work cut out for him in terms of making videos. Mark, if you have a half an hour or 40 minutes or an hour, I don't know how long it takes you to make these things. It would take me a month and a half. But if you want to make a video just on this comeback, I think that might get some views. On that out there. Anyway, shout out to Mark. Go check out the video on the Hawks series that he did. That's in our YouTube channel, and go follow his YouTube channel, please, because he's just great at what he does. Shout out to my Sinclair family group chat. Since we revived the chat after Game 3 in Atlanta, we have gone 8-0. They introduced me to Knicks fandom when I was little, and I couldn't be more grateful to share this with them tonight. Love you all. That is incredibly sweet, man. That's incredibly sweet. I have not answered any texts in my phone. It looks like 67 text messages that I have from what appears to be a solid 15 people. My apologies to any of those folks if you are watching. I will get back to everybody probably tomorrow, but shout out to all of you. Also, it's 2 a.m. and we still have about 5,000 people watching. So shout out to all of you. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you, man. Mecky's he's talk about vibes. Let's not bash Clarkson. He was good for something. He healed OG's hamstring. That's a good call. Listen, Clarkson in this game. How about this? There were Clarkson played 16 minutes. He was a +2. He was a +2. He got off the schneid from deep. He had a 3. Again, much like Josh Hart, my issue is not Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson had a couple of not great moments on defense, but overall, it was not Jordan Clarkson's fault that he was in the game. It was just not the moment or the game for Jordan Clarkson. They needed to expand the court as much as possible. And that's not what Jordan Clarkson does at this point in his career. So, you live, you learn, you adjust, you get better. Let's hope they did that, but no, nobody deserves to get bashed tonight, including Josh Hart, by the way. And certainly not Clarkson. Thanks so much, Mecky. You're the man, dude. Seriously. Mark Frangos, what's going on, Mark? Thank you, Cavs, for playing Harden 42 minutes. Yeah, I may listen. I may tune into a Cavs pod or two. I want to go back and look, how many minutes was Dean Wade on the court during that? Dean Wade, 29 minutes, Max Strus, 25 minutes. And then Merrill, 28. Now, Merrill's obviously defensive weak spot. Strus in between. Dean is your strong defender. Keon Ellis only 5 minutes. No minutes for Jalen Tyson. Look, they didn't go with an all defense lineup or whatever their version of an all defense lineup is late. They could have gone with that in the fourth quarter. They didn't. That's on them. I may tune into a Cavs podcast or two. Shout out to the Chase Down pod. Those guys are great. Thanks, Mark. Ja so focused. Last one, of course. 7th double-digit win in 8 games. 8th in 11. Holy shit, they won by double digits. My God, that is insanity. It's a 33-point turnaround. 44-11. Can't be real. Thank you, Ja. Appreciate you. Ja with another one. Hashtag last one. Hart gets one more bad game before I call bench. No. Come on. He's our guy. He's Josh Hart. Trying to think what the odds are that I would put at a starting lineup change. I don't know. I'd be shocked if they changed the starting lineup. I wouldn't be shocked if he played 20 minutes in game 2. I'd be shocked if they changed the starting lineup. Thanks, Joe. Mecky with another one. My God. Mecky, just so you know, every time you do one of these, I feel the same thing, which is that I can't properly express the gratitude that I feel for how generous you are to this to this project, to our endeavor here at Knicks Film School. So I just keep leaning back on the same stuff, which is thank you again. Thank you. Let's not look past that the Cavs are even more fatigued now. You know what? Mobley 40, Harden 42, Mitchell 41. Now, that is a two-way street. In fairness, Jalen Brunson just played 46 minutes. Mikal Bridges 42 minutes. Karl Anthony Towns 40 minutes. OG 34. How many playoff games has Jalen Brunson played more than 46 minutes? I'm going to guess A, that they were all under Tibbs, and B, I'm going to guess 3. Let's see how I did. Game logs. Career playoffs. Minutes. Close. He played 50 minutes and 51 seconds in an overtime loss to Philly. That was the Game 5 loss 2 years ago. And then, of course, he played 48 minutes in the game. What was that? The Game 5 win against Miami, right? It was Game 5 win against Miami? Yeah, it was Game 5 win against Miami in 2023. And then the next closest, he played 45 and change twice. Knicks at Sixers. What game was that? That was Game 3 because it's not overtime game. And then the Game 6 loss to Miami famously sat for 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and it was 2 minutes and 50 seconds too much. Thanks, Mecky. Appreciate you. And I got you, Kev. Thanks. Another big one. My goodness. Zal 13. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Again, thank you. Brunson was incredible, but Shamet's defense on Mitchell was special. Speaks to the character of the team that he was out of the rotation and stayed ready. As a fan base, we deserved this win and 7 more. Let's fucking go. Another thing I have not yet brought up on the channel, but which I think is worthy of commentary. You talk about as a fan base, we deserve 7 more wins. I did find it I was leaning in. I'll say that. I was leaning in when Bill Simmons talked to Zach Lowe about that the Knicks winning the championship is like, now that the Cubs have won and now that the Red Sox have won, it's the biggest one we have left. And I did not go online and look for responses to that. I would guess that there are people who took that commentary as Bill trying to clown the Knicks because it's kind of emphasizing like that they've lost a lot and this and that. I actually don't disagree. I don't disagree. And then he was like, the only thing that would be close, and then he mentioned a couple football teams. I think he mentioned the Bills. I think he mentioned the Lions. I think he mentioned the Vikings. And look, the Vikings have lost a ton of Super Bowls. They've also lost some other big games in heartbreaking fashion. Detroit obviously has been around as a franchise for a century in the NFL, and they've never even made a Super Bowl. And then the Bills famously lost 4 straight, and then now this whole era with like Allen versus Mahomes and how they have not been able to get over the hump. I understand all that, and I appreciate all that for all 3 of those teams, and those would all be, big moments. But you're talking, and this is no disrespect. I mean, I do disrespect one of these cities a lot, but I don't mean this is disrespect. What I'm about to say is disrespect to the cities of Detroit or Minnesota or Buffalo. They are not New York. And I say that certainly as a proud New Yorker who is completely and totally arrogant about the fact that he is a New Yorker and will always be. You're never going to get that out of me. But more than that, it's not just that this team means so much to the city, because like the Lions mean a lot to Detroit. Like the Bills mean everything to Buffalo. Same thing, Vikings, Minnesota. And there are other teams we could probably, talk about. But it is that basketball, the sport of basketball has had such a special relationship to the city. I mean, for as long as you could remember. It's like, it's funny. I'm reading a book about Robert Moses, of all things, and the war over a freaking highway he wanted to put in downtown Manhattan in the 60s. And Robert Moses was in charge of all this stuff. Like he was the parks guy, and he put so many playgrounds and throughout the city. But like, basketball was always big, but after that, it's like you have basketball. You can't walk, for 10 minutes and without tripping over a basketball court in this city. It is for as famous as the Yankees are, and for as great as the Yankees have been, and the whole thing. This is a basketball city. This is a basketball city. And so I do think that the Knicks winning a title would be the most significant sports thing that could happen. And especially in a year like this, where they have to get over what is going to have to be what will be a massive hump in the finals if they get there. But now you add this tonight, and this gets into we deserve this win as a fan base. If you add this to the overall story as part of the narrative, as part of like this just like never say die, can't count them out basketball team, like what else is there? I just don't think that there would be anything that would be more significant. I don't. So I guess I'm with Bill Simmons on that one. Thanks, Emzal. Appreciate you getting me off on that tangent. Okay. One more sec? No? Hold on. Kevin needs my attention. One more?
Yeah, just say, give me 1 second.
You got a second. Listen, Kev's doing yeoman's work. We're here for 3 hours. I don't even think we're close to done yet.
No, I don't see it.
What don't you see?
The chat.
There was this particular chat that you're looking for?
Nah, this one.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
All right. I listen. I filibuster for a living. That's what I do.
Everybody hit the like though.
Oh, yeah. Hit the like button. Get perfect opportunity for me to remind people who are watching. Please do hit that like button. If you are not subscribed to the Knicks Film School YouTube channel, please subscribe. So, follow us wherever you get your social media content at Knicks Film School, SKOOL. And yeah, Huzzoo. This fan base absolutely deserved this at MSG. The loyalty, the heartbreaks after heartbreaks at MSG. This was earned. We deserved this. I believe in them. 8 points in 8.9 seconds was at MSG. Reggie Miller, 25 points in the fourth quarter, was at MSG. Charles Smith, unless I'm mistaken. No. Charles Smith was at MSG, right, Kev?
That is a great question.
Now I'm doubting myself. Now I'm doubting myself about Charles Smith. Hold on.
Because I just remember the pain and agony. Yeah, that was at MSG.
Are you sure?
I just remember the pain and agony of the combination of come on. What? Oh, refs call the foul.
Yeah, no, that was
disgusting.
Oh, that's right. Because you know what? I think that you forget. No, it was Game 5, not Game 6. It was Game 5.
Yes, it was Game 5.
I forget sometimes it was Game 5 and not Game 6.
I'm tough. I'm tough with that. Andrew, for some reason, could remember the littlest detail. He's psychotic with that. I can't remember everything like that. All right, let's do this. Let's do the Jonah stat.
Oh, let's do that. But I was just gonna add on to it. Game 1 last year, Pacers and MSG. Way too many of these moments. At MSG. So nice to have a different kind of moment at MSG tonight. All right, stat of the game. Stat of the game is plus 33 in the last 12 minutes and 52 seconds. Thank you, Jonah Kaufman, for this stat. Why is it notable? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, the Knicks went on a 44-11 run in this time, of which Brunson contributed 17 points, including a personal 11-1 run to cut the deficit from 15 to 5. The Knicks took almost twice as long, 22 minutes and 34 seconds, to hit 44 at the beginning of the game. That's a great stat. As for the Cavs, they scored 11 or fewer points in a playoff quarter twice in the last 12 postseasons. And this stretch was 52 seconds longer. The Cavs scored 3 points in overtime. Only the sixth time in the last 12 years a team has scored that little in a playoff overtime period. Great stuff, Jonah. I love all that. That was really great. Great stat. I'm going to copy and paste that. I need to steal all that. Aaron Chan. What's going on, Aaron? How you doing? Last year, I donated for the first time saying how in my 26 years of life, Game 1 was the worst loss I have ever experienced as a sports fan. What a fucking win. Absolutely no words except 3. Let's fucking go Knicks. I think that's 4 words, but that's okay. We don't keep count here. What better way to exercise the worst sports loss of your life than potentially the best sports win of your life? That is the territory that we are in tonight. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. And another one from Aaron. I said it once, so I'll say it again. Give Landry them fucking Supermax. Is he going to get more than the minimum this summer? That's the question. That is the question. Will someone give him the taxpayer mid-level? I'm genuinely on the fence about that. I'm genuinely on the fence. I think it would not shock me, but knowing NBA economics as I know them right now, it would surprise me slightly. I still think I think he could get Shamet back on the minimum. That might be nuts. I think he can. Thanks, Aaron. Now, if they win the championship and he remains part of the rotation through the finals or something, then that's that's maybe a different story. Dar 2889. I never do this. I'm a broke med student from New Jersey. I love my Knicks. I love KFS. I love JB. Just saw the greatest Knick victory of the century so far. Well, thank you. I know $5 means a lot to you at this point. I also want to say thanks for being a med student, because I know, the medical profession is no picnic. So the fact that you're doing the tough thing and you're trying to help the world, appreciate that. We love you. I'm sure JB would love you if he knew you. Is it the greatest Knick victory of the century so far? Of the century. Of the century. Shit. Hold on. I mean, there's game 6 against Boston last year. There's game 7 against Miami in 2000. And then if you want to throw the game 1 and game 2 against Boston from last year in, you could throw those in as well. I got to be honest with you, Dar. I think this is number 1. Because it's game 1 of the Eastern Finals, and how they did it and who did it. Yeah, sure. Greatest win of the century so far. Why not? I don't think that's crazy. Thanks, Star. Appreciate you, man. Good luck at med school. S. Ben, Jalen willed them to victory. Haters, take note. If there's Jalen Brunson haters left, one, fuck them. 2, what everybody, all of us, and I will say all of us, need to remember the next time that Jalen Brunson has an off night, right, and calls his number like maybe one too many times and it doesn't work out in his favor. He has earned every benefit of every doubt. That's all there is to it. Could he be better at times? Will there be an opportunity where I will talk about after a game, maybe even, who knows, maybe 2 nights from now, where I will say after the game, Jalen, you had to be a little bit better there. Sure. And you know why? Because there's every player in the history of the league you could say that about after certain games. But to doubt this guy at this point is it's the definition of insanity. It is the definition of insanity to doubt Jalen Brunson at this point. Thanks, Espen. Michael Cooler, one of those two. Great picture of you in front of the Eiffel Tower. Watching this game with my son was so special. He will never forget this game. 2 7-game series and an overtime game. They must be exhausted. Let's go Knicks. I hope they're exhausted. And I hope the freaking Thunder and Spurs go to 7 games and they're exhausted by the time they get to the finals. Happy you got to watch that with your son. My wife, I mentioned, maybe, I don't know if I mentioned on the post game, but she was away at a conference over the last 2 days, or she left yesterday morning. So this was very much a mommy and her 2 daughters night. When she got home after the first quarter of this game. So I did not, unfortunately, get a chance to watch this with my wife. I would have loved nothing more to watch this with my wife and my girls, but they're just not into basketball. So that's a bit of a bridge too far. But I hope everybody out there got to watch this with someone that you loved, which I did, because I got to watch this with Andrew Claudio, who there's no one I would have rather watch it with. So shout out to him. KB and Andor. Right on that. Speak of the devil. Andrew's taking over. Shout out to Kev. Kev Words, you've done yeoman's work. You're the man. I will see you when I see you. You are that dude.
Let's go Knicks. Knicks in 5.
I love it. I hope you're right. KB and Andor came back from the dead like Captain America. Let's fucking go, Knicks. Well, Captain America was never dead. He was ensconced in ice. It's a difference. It's a difference. Thank you, KB. Dom Cappuccini, how does it feel to have your team go 9 for 12? Or, 9.5 to go 9.5 to 10 deep in the Eastern Conference Finals. It feels awesome. It feels awesome. And is it the biggest change from last year? At this point, it's in the conversation. For sure. Thanks, Tom. On a shtick, Father Brunson exercising demons. Hashtag let's fucking go Knicks. Yeah, he's what's the name of the Oh, I may put this in the newsletter tomorrow. Why can't I spell? There we go. I haven't seen this movie in a while. I'm waiting to show this movie to my daughter. The name of the priest in The Exorcist. That's it. Max von Sydow. That's Father Lancaster Marin. Yeah. Dr. Jalen, or Father Jalen Brunson. I dig it. A. Beekstein. The Knicks have 3 of the top 5 comebacks of the past 2 years. By the way, it's Abe. Oh, Abe Eckstein. What did I say? I said so. I said A. Beekstein. No, that's really stupid. Abe Eckstein matters. It makes a lot more sense. Hi, Abe. Thank you. Wick Sell Metellus. I hope I pronounced that correctly. They shook that rust off in the 4th. That's got to be the worst 3 quarters they're going to play this series. So it's only up from here. Let's go Knicks. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the 3rd quarter was the worst that they have played in the postseason, and that includes the 4th quarter of Game 2 against the Hawks, and it includes the 1st quarter of Game 3 against the Hawks. I think that 3rd quarter was the worst. I think that was the bottom. Don't think that they could play worse than that. Thanks, Wixo. Jacob, what's going on, Jacob? We missed the memo about how a fake comeback works. How funny is that? This used to be the fake comeback team, right? This was the fake comeback team. No more. Only real comebacks here. Mark with another one. If you haven't already, by the time you get to this, I'm curious to hear you compare this to the comebacks against the Celtics last year. My brain's mashed potatoes. So, the Celtics comebacks were different in that in real time, you saw the Celtics revert to who they were at their core, at the behest of their coach, and continue to stick to the game plan without proper accounting for the situation and the time and place and score and all those sorts of things. And then the Knicks, obviously went on a big run and made some big shots. This, to me, felt more improbable because I think definitively, the Knicks played worse in this game than they did in either Boston game 1 or 2. That's number one. And then number two, and let me see how quickly I could get this up here. That's what somebody said. Season. No, just have to change the year. You idiot. Okay. So what I'm checking right now, in case you're wondering, is what the thing I was going to say is there was never the Celtics ones they started making the comeback, and there was never a point where you were like, oh, there with this much time left and down by this many points, they can't complete that. Tonight, they were down by 20 points with under 7 minutes to go. They were down by 22 points with under 8 minutes to go. In the Celtics, so here, I'm looking at it right now. Game 1. Yeah, game 1, they only outscored them by 9 points in the fourth quarter in game 1. You know? Yeah, they were down. Yeah, they were okay. They were down by 20 in the third, but right? Yeah, down 20 in the third. But they were down by 26-19 to go in the third. They went down 20. Like they were only down by 10 to start, or 9, excuse me, to start the fourth quarter. So not even in the same, that makes it way different. And then in game 2, hold up. Again, unless my memory is just shot. I don't think it is. So game 2, they were down 20 again in the third, but cut it to 12 with a minute to go in the third before the fourth. And then the biggest lead in the fourth, I think, was 16. They were down by 16 with 8:40 left in the fourth. And then went on a 4-0 run, and then it was 12 points with 7:05 to go. This was 20 with under 7 to go. So yeah, I can't. This is better. This is better. It was everything. It was just better. It was better. Those were great. This is better. Thanks, Mark. S. Ben, start building the statue. JB is king of New York. I mean, the Mount Rushmore conversation is over. So yeah, he's on it, and he should be. Any statues you want to build? Yes. Alex, hey Alex. Cleveland has a new that game. What was there that game? I mean, they have the shot, the Jordan shot over Elo. They obviously have some Browns games. I mean, you want to talk about snake bitten city. You know, Cleveland is just one of one. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, good morning, John. To answer this specifically, the two that games in the Cleveland pods that I did this year, Justin Rowan did the J.R. Smith forgetting the score game at the beginning of the 2018 finals, and that game that I think Carter gave me was the game 1 where Kyrie, they went into overtime and Kyrie got hurt in 2015. But those are their two that games. Ironically, nothing from like 2010 or 2009, like losing to the Magic or losing to the Celtics, came up. So,
I mean, I imagine older fans would have had something from.
Well, Craig Elo, you nailed it. And as far as the Cleveland stuff is concerned, there's a Cleveland Indians loss in Game 7 of the World Series. There's a Ernest
95?
97.
97. That's right. Sorry,
Florida Marlins. Yeah.
But they lost in the AL Championship Series in 95 too, right?
No, they lost in the World Series in 95 to the Braves.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep, I knew that.
And then 96, they lost to I forget who.
Oh,
they lost to the they lost to the Baltimore Orioles in the LDS. And then 97, they beat the Orioles to get to the World Series. 98, they lost to the Yankees. 99, they lost to the Red Sox. 2001, they lost to the Red Sox again, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and like that stretch, did they have like the greatest lineup in like since the fucking 27 Yankees?
1999, they scored 1,007 runs.
which I'm assuming has not been done since.
It's
then?
only like 3 teams ever that have. I don't actually.
Okay.
They might be the only team ever to score 1,000 runs. But this is like to the peak steroid era. But anyway,
Good stuff.
I'm here if you need a breather at any point.
I'm okay. We could get this going.
Let's do it.
Thanks, Alex. Adam Koplik, Jalen Brunson bringing me to tears, man. I can't believe this. Legit overwhelmed with that win. This team is capable of anything. Yes, and yes. Agree on all counts. Thanks, Adam. Sam Roth, what's going on, Sam? Hey, John, I am confused. I was told that Dean Wade is the Brunson stopper, yet Brunson wasn't slowed, let alone stopped. Can you explain? I'll listen. I cannot explain. I have. How's the Dean Wade draft looking right now? Well, Fred took Brunson first overall. That was smart. I took Cat second. Not as smart. Let's see here. Holy shit. Not drafted in the Dean Wade draft. Landry fucking Shamet. But you know what we should all do? You know what we should all do right now? We should all go. Well, don't do it right now because that would mean you have to stop listening to this. But at your leisure tomorrow, go queue up the Dean Wade draft pod with Fred Katz and fast forward whatever it is, about an hour, to the part where Fred Katz waxes poetic about Jalen Tyson for a solid 10 minutes. And then just listen to that. And then go watch Landry Shamet save the Knicks season. Look, I drafted Alvarado and Clarkson actually over Shamet. So I can't say anything, but still. Jason Feldman. Everyone above Landry Shamet on the depth chart until it's time to be above Landry Shamet on the depth chart. This is great. This is great. That's a great comment. Oh, that's wonderful. Good job, Jason. That's A+ stuff from you. Oh, man. Shame on me. Fucking Clarkson and Alvarado. Come on. Hush Zoo. I'm so happy Breen gets to call all of our games. Yeah. No, for sure. I heard it enough tonight, although but the fourth quarter I was like very locked in. So yeah, I may have to go re-listen to some of those calls tomorrow. Thanks, Hush. Also, did that just happen? Apparently. Could we put up the picture one more time? I just want to see it. Look at this idiot. Look at this absolute clown. What is this 43-year-old man with 2 kids? Just no words. Dennis DiSabato, I don't believe what I just saw. We exercised Game 1 demons from last year. This team is different. Mac, we keep getting punched and shrugging it off. Let's fucking go Knicks. Yeah, man. I mean, it's like, you know, it's not quite the. I don't know what the comp is, frankly. I really don't know what the comp is because it's not that they're the little underdog that could, because they have the talent. But they don't know when they're supposed to throw in the towel. And they have never known when they are supposed to throw in the towel. And that's just a credit to them. And I don't know what else there's to say about it, but it is as many have said over this era, for a team that has often been accused of not having an identity, maybe they have the most important identity, which is that they are never dead. You know? Because you could morph into a lot of different things. If you're never dead, if you're never fully out of a game, it's pretty good. Alex with another one. Thank you, Alex. This loss went from squarely on Brown's shoulders with no 5 out to a Kenny choke job. Guess coaches can have mental fatigue after 2 long series. Listen, neither coach covered themselves in glory tonight. And Kenny, I have to think by the time he realized what was happening, it was already like, oh, we're now in the thick of this. And, it really did go from 22 to 13 pretty fast, like relatively speaking. So I think that had a lot to do with it. I think that had a lot to look, I'm not defending Kenny Atkinson. It was not a banner moment for him, but I think that had a lot to do with it. Yeah, this thing, I mean, man, I'm looking at it right now. It was literally 403, it was down to 8, and then I mean, it's look, but then look, 4 minutes is a long time. I don't know. Asha, hey Asha, how you doing? Time to put the rest versus Russ narrative to bed. Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure your dad's looking down, smiling after that one, and I hope you are too. Thanks, Asha. John's child, Kraut. That's a great name. The 11th commandment: Thou shalt not speak ill of Jalen Brunson. Don't steal his ox. Don't steal his ox. Don't steal his wife. Don't try to kill him. Don't steal from him. Don't say his name in vain. I got a bunch of them.
You got like 4.
Don't commit it. Don't communicate with your neighbor's wife. That's 6.
So leave Mrs. Brunson alone. No other point guards before him.
It's no other point guards before him, and don't speak ill of him. Right? Those are
right.
two
No,
separate
don't take
ones.
his name in vain. Right.
Name in vain. Whatever.
Yeah.
Don't kill him. Don't
steal. Don't
I
kill.
said don't steal.
Don't covet. So we shouldn't be jealous. Don't be jealous of other teams.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So you don't covet him, but also don't sleep with his. Don't covet his wife and don't sleep with his wife.
Yeah, you don't covet his wife.
And you don't sleep with his wife. That's two
Right.
separate ones.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, the covet in general is like you shouldn't covet anybody or sleep with anybody's wife except yours.
Of course.
Those are 2 different commandments. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both very important.
Don't kill. You said, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy.
I always
Yeah.
fucking forget
Honor
the Sabbath.
Rick and what's his mom's
Oh
name?
my god!
Honor his father and
my
mother.
goodness, my mother's gonna be upset. First of all, if my mother's up, go to sleep.
Mhm.
Second of all, if you hear this at some point, I'm so sorry that I forgot the honor thy father and mother.
Right.
That's my bad.
Yeah. Nowhere to point gods before him is, I think, the biggest thing, though.
Biggest one.
Indeed.
Dom Cappuccini. John, are you feeling a tiny bit better about the Knicks defense the rest of the series after that comeback? It's funny. If you're asking me after the game, what do I have more faith in the series moving forward? I will say I have more faith in their offense than their defense. I think they because the path to success for their offense was always there in front of them. It was just a matter of were they going to try to grab it and then lean into it. The defensive stuff, like the Cavs, they've hurt us for years now. Because they have multiple all-star guards, whether it was Garland or Harden, and Mitchell's such a tough cover, and we have Jalen Brunson, and he's a weak spot to attack, and they're good at attacking it. They're really, they have the shooters, they could pull off the ghost screens, and yada yada yada. I think they'll be okay. I think they could defend enough, but it's going to take maximum effort, and you got to give that. Thanks, Tom. Jordan Miller. Head is still spinning. Mind blown at Kenny going away from Wade and Allen down the stretch. Yeah. Kudos to Brown for taking Hart out for Shamet. Do you think Hart's minutes may be lowered moving forward? Again, this is me saying this, Jordan. They better be. Because, and I again, I love what Benjy said. I respect Benjy coming on here and being like, Hart could shoot, make 4 threes in the first quarter of the next game. If you're Kenny Atkinson, like, you cannot divert from the strategy. Like, especially now you're down 1-0 in the series. It's like you cannot divert from the strategy. Like, this is the strategy. If Hart, like, guess what? Hart went 1 for 5 tonight. If he went 3 of 5 tonight, he would have been a minus fucking 16 or 15. It still would have been very bad. Like, you are successfully mucking up the Knicks offense. I think just as importantly, if not more importantly than him making shots, is them utilizing the Cavs coverage against them, which I thought they did at times tonight. But even that, to go back to Benji's analogy, is like driving the Camry to work. So, or not to work, driving the Camry for your weekend pleasure drive as opposed to your Lamborghini. So, like, yes, it needs to be less Josh Hart in the series. How much less? I don't know, 20 to 25, something in that range. I think is fine. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the contribution. Yes.
By the way, Sandra Brunson is Rick Brunson's wife, Jalen Brunson's mom. So honor Sandra and Rick Brunson would be the commandment that we forgot. And a text from a friend of ours. Is John even physically capable of fornicating with his neighbor's wife?
I don't appreciate that.
Just simply reading a text message from a friend of ours.
I am, to that friend, whoever that friend may be.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my answer. I am not capable of fornicating with my neighbor's wife because I so love my wife. And the mere thought of fornicating with the neighbor's wife, with anybody's wife, or any concubine, whatever you want to say. Mary Magdalene, man.
Mm-hmm. She's a
get
concubine.
She could get some. The mere thought makes me ill. And I don't like to be ill.
Okay. There, I asked it, Fred.
Andrew Benow. Also, why in the hell is Benji not coaching? Listen, Benji shouldn't be coaching. Benji should be running it. Well, I mean, he could certainly be coaching, but like, Benji should be doing something in basketball full time. And the fact that he's not is just, I don't know. But yeah.
He is. He's working for Knicks Film School, and you should check out his work at the Knicks Film School Patreon and
Yes,
check out his grade book and when he does X's and O's. And yeah, he's doing outstanding work too. Exactly where he is, John.
Yes, I know.
There you go.
Dying because the Knicks, if there was a more appropriate time to have that name. I've learned many words in my near 5 decades of life and in multiple languages at that, yet none of those words seem adequate. The reverse. I don't know what the name of this one is. I mean, it might just be the comeback. If you say the comeback up until now, probably the most likely response would have been like, oh, well, which Boston comeback? Now, if you say the comeback, we know what you're talking about. I think it's the comeback. Jacob Slavitt, what's going on, Jacob? I was in the building tonight. One of the greatest moments of my sports life to date. I love the Knicks. I love basketball. I love Jalen Brunson. That's really cool. I'm everyone who was in there. I just hope to God nobody left early. That's all. Just hope to God nobody left early. Thanks, Jacob. Joseph Sokola, thank you for the generous contribution here, Joseph. Thank you. My wife, Jacqueline, never gave up, even when we fell down by 20. We watched with my father in memory care because my mom, oh my goodness gracious, because my mom passed away last night. Thanks, Jacqueline, for never giving up, and thank you, Knicks, for this gift to our family. My gosh. So sorry to hear about your loss, Joseph. I hope you're doing okay. I hope your family's doing okay. I hope your wife, I hope your dad obviously is doing okay. May her memory be a blessing. Learned that one last year. And I'm sure your wife is owed thanks not only for not giving up tonight, but for, I'm sure, being a rock for you and your family. Wives have a tendency to do that and be pretty damn good at it too. But man, I've thought about my mom so many times over the course of this next season and this playoff run, because now among the things that we talk about, the Knicks are one of them. So yeah. Sorry to hear that, Joseph, but glad you got to enjoy this memory. Mitchell Berger. What's going on, Mitchell? Just got home from Penn 6. Hey, shout out to the watch party. Watch party was lit. I laughed maniacally the whole train ride home. Let's go, Knicks. I cannot wait to check in with the folks who were there, as I'm sure to do soon. Thanks, Mitchell. Matty Heads reporting live post watch party. Knicks in 4 till it's not. Listen, man, they keep winning 8 in a row. 8 in a row is 8 in a row. Thanks, Matty. Appreciate you showing up and supporting the cause. Hush Zoo, all for jokes, but this Danhausen curse is real. That's the wrestler that I was referring to earlier. Again, shout out to my buddy Bernard for making me aware of who this person was. Sure, yes. Neo-Marioism. I was screaming it all game. Adjust or die. Simple as, albeit late. Mike Brown deserves all of the credit in the world for doing what was necessary. Yes, he deserves all the credit in the world for doing what was necessary. I think it is fair to put some blame for him taking a bit to, like, you do not want to go down 22 points in the fourth quarter of a home game feature conference finals game 1. You know, but he did what he had to do and he got it done, and I'm sure it wasn't easy for him to make that adjustment. Blood of the Panda, Team of Destiny, to think all we needed to do was sacrifice a coach. Who would have thought? Listen, well, yeah, we've had a lot of Thibodeau conversations this year. I'll say this. At no point in time when the Knicks got down 22 or over the first 40 or so minutes of the game was I like, Tibbs would have never. No. No. I mean, we've turned the page. Mike Brown has proven his mettle in this postseason. He's had, with some obvious down moments, he's had an exceptional postseason. He had another positive moment tonight that overshadowed the negative that preceded it. They had to sacrifice a coach. They needed to move on. And the question was, did they get it right? Did they get the hire right? And sitting here right now, again, it's hard to say they didn't. Danishevsky, hello, sir. How are you? That wasn't a game. That was a religious experience. I steal my lines. Everything we've gone through to get to that moment, I'm literally sobbing right now. I kept it in. Like I said earlier, I kept it in. I was on the border towards the end of the game, but it was sob-worthy. It was sob-worthy. It was that special. Great team. Special team. Dom Cappuccini, true story. I said to myself, after the third, down by 14, they did come back from 17 down 5 months ago. This time, Kolek Mania was unnecessary. Let's go Knicks. They came down from 17 5 months ago, and they came back from, what were they down against Houston, Andrew? 19 or 20?
It was 19 in the fourth quarter.
19
yeah, but Tom's referring to Christmas.
Yeah, no, I know. But just, and those were the two biggest comebacks they've had this year, I think.
The Warriors game was more. But also, I really don't take the Warriors game.
Oh, but they were down by in the first quarter, right?
Well, yeah they were down in by 25 or something like that. But literally nobody thought the Knicks were going to lose the game even when they were down by that much. It was just...
came down to the end.
But, I think the Knicks had everybody healthy. The Warriors had their top 8 out. Pajemski almost had 30. Right. We were watching the Oscars that night.
I was about to say that is without question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, that was without question the least I have ever been upset at the Knicks going down by however many points they went down by, because as they were down by that much, I'm pretty sure Amy Madigan was winning her Oscar. And I felt so vindicated because you were on our text thread when I saw weapons, and immediately I texted the group, Oscar for Amy Madigan. And someone who I will not name here was like, she's not even going to get nominated.
Yeah.
You silly Macri. Yeah, fuck all of you.
And then she won. There you go.
She won. Good times. Glad we got to go down that road. Diskin. How can Mike Brown deploy Josh Hart in a way that doesn't kill the Knicks spacing and offense? I think you saw it at times tonight. And again, to Benji's point, players have agency. Look, you pick up the pace. Josh Hart's greatest weapon is transition, and they did that a little bit. And then there were. Go back to my other notes. Go look at the start of the second quarter. You had a great play where Hart dropped a nice dime to Cat on the roll. That was really good. And then you got him out in transition a couple times. I think it's hard. I don't think that there's an obvious thing you do. You try to get him in situations where here's the thing. It's a fundamental. There's a fundamental, not a disconnect, but like the most common refrain from everybody is shoot it, Josh. And like, yes, that is a solution, but the shoot it, Josh solution, the funny part about that is it doesn't change anything else, because the whole reason shoot it, Josh is an option is because the guy fucking guarding him is 15 feet away. And shoot it, Josh implies by definition that the rest of the offense is being mucked up because there is his defender who is playing 5-on-4. So yes, shoot it, Josh. But at the same time, that's not changing the actual chemistry of what's going on or the geometry of what's going on the court. When you get Josh involved in the action, whether it be as a screener, whether you get him more or towards the strong side and use him as an off-ball screener, have him initiating possessions, like these are all different things. And there are like more complicated versions of these things that we see sometimes that I don't have the wherewithal to try to describe right now. But like we see them do stuff. Like it's not completely out of the bounds, but I do just find it interesting that there is this, it's almost like a push and pull of shoot it, Josh versus what you're kind of talking about. Like, how does it not kill the spacing? It's not that it won't kill the spacing. It's that I've said it many times. You use the coverage against it. You take what should be a strength for the defense and you turn it into a weakness because they're like, oh shit, now Josh is involved in the action. But wait a minute, we don't want to guard him. So what do? And then you find a crease or a seam or like someone could make a cut. It's hard. It's hard because you're trying to do all this in cramped spacing. Which is why we default to shoot it, Josh, because that's by far the simplest option, right? It's just shoot it, Josh, and make your shots. But I don't know. It'll continue to be an issue until it isn't. But yeah. Matty heads with another one. Cleveland, this L is for you. I look forward to. Did you send out the letter of the day tweet yet, Andrew?
Not yet. That's for after the series, John.
Got it. Thank you, Matty. Matty with another one. Andrew, 100 Mets losses for a Knicks title.
Do I sign up for that right now?
Can I guess how many times in the Mets history of their franchise they've lost 100 games?
Sure.
3 times.
Oh, way more.
Really?
Do you not know the beginning history of the New York Mets?
Yeah, the 1962 team that lost, weren't they like a 40 and 120 or something like that?
The 1962 team was dreadful, but they weren't over 500 for the first time in their franchise history until 1969. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize they had that many 100-loss seasons. Okay.
Lovable losers, which they wore that moniker way more than the Cubs ever did for all those years. So I'm gonna double check actually how many times.
I'm looking it up too.
No, you read super chats. I will.
Mark Sable, what's going on, Mark? Grateful for this incredible comeback win. Grateful for this effing team, and grateful for you KFS and this fandom for making lows bearable and the highs like this that much sweeter. Incredibly kind of you, man. Thank you so much. And these are the best compliments, because to feel like we're adding to a night like this to the extent that this night could be added to is all I ever wanted to accomplish. So thank you.
So to start their franchise history, the Mets lost 120 in 62, 111 in 63, 109 in 64, 112 in 65, 95 in 66, 101 in 67, and then 89 in 68, and then 100 games and the
That's
World
5.
Series. Yeah, so 5 in their first 6 years of existence.
And then never again.
And have only had it happen once since then, 1993, which a lot of Mets fans have compared this season to.
Got it.
Yeah. So, Matt, if you're asking me, do I sign up for it now? 100 Mets losses for a Knicks title?
Come on, take one for the team.
I take one season for the team.
One season.
Yeah, sure, why not? 7 more wins
There it
for
is.
6. What is that? 80 more losses? 75 more losses? Sure, that'll be for a fun summer.
54 LE 22. I was there live. It was crazy. Good for you, man. That's awesome. Thanks for the contribution. Another one from 54 LE 22. The place felt like a cemetery at the beginning of the fourth quarter. We were saying it the whole watch along. I was like, man, the place is dead. The place is dead. Give them something to cheer about. And that's why. And here's the thing. I'll say it about Knicks fans. Another thing about Knicks fans. You go find me. The other building in the NBA where when Landry Shamet hits that 3, it feels like the Knicks just got within 2 possessions. They were down 17. And you felt it. I felt it through the TV. I heard it. It was like, oh, it was 2 baskets in a row. It was a 5-0 run. And the place was like, yes, give it to me. One of one. Only fan base in sports. Only building in sports like that. Michael Bill Dirici. 44-11 run. Absurd. The Landry Shamet game. We have 2 Landry Shamet games this year. JB hitting all those runners high off the glass. OG halfway back. We snatched their souls onto game 2. I hope we snatched their souls. I would love nothing more than for us to come out in game 2 and go up by 20 in the first quarter and win by 50. I want that so much. I'm expecting the Cavs to show some fight. It is the Eastern Conference fucking Finals. Donovan Mitchell has never been there. James Harden has never been to the conference finals in 8 years. Jared Allen's never been there. Evan Mobley's never been there. Max Strus was on the Miami team that went to the finals. Yeah. So it's whatever. But he's tasted it. And he knows he wants to get back. You know? All down the line. Like Schroeder's been in the league for a long time. It's one of the highest levels of international basketball. You know, I don't see them lying down to die. Wouldn't mind being wrong. Sean. Hello, Sean. Penn 6 was a movie. How did they win that game? I have no idea. Will Oliver. What's going on, Will? I celebrated Arsenal winning the Premier League and then went to that game. Well, quite a nice night for you. I feel like I can run through a goddamn wall right now. Is this real life? Apparently it is. It's also 3 a.m. Mixing eggs. Kevin Danishevsky, Macau was worth all the picks tonight. Count me all the way back in. The reason I wanted that guy. He was so consistently good all night, and JB is God. Yeah. It was a Bridges game all the way through. One of the 3 biggest reasons they won. And I think fair to say, like, their most consistent player over the last 6 playoff games. I think you could say that. It's either him or Brunson. You know, it's either him or Brunson. Find your New York carpet. Find your New York captain. Yeah. Percent chance Brunson makes the Hall of Fame. Oh my goodness. Too late in the morning or too early in the morning to be doing this. He can do this for 4 to 6 more years close to this level. I think I really want to go to that induction. I will say that it would behoove him to get to 5 or 6 All-Star appearances. If you get to 5 or 6 All-Stars and he's going to make his 3rd All-NBA team, and you get to even 4 All-NBAs, 5, 6 All-Stars, 4 All-NBAs, that's fine. You've reached like the minimum bar. That plus the best player on a title team, he's in. Best player on a title team, he's probably, probably should make another All-Star team, ideally, another All-Star team or 2 to make it safe. But like best player on a title team, you're in. Best play where I'm struggling a little bit is like if they make the finals this year and they lose. Do I think he gets in? I do think he gets in. Ultimately, because he's what, 30, 31? His reputation is so sterling at this point. He'll find his way into 3 more All-Star games. So that's 6. Even if he only makes 1 more LNBA, which would be 4. Yeah, but I think he needs to make the finals this year. Okay. That was good. Another one from Find Your New York Captain. I was as low on this team at the end of the season like you. I did not see this coming. Now I can't help but think that they seem like a team of destiny. The end of the season actually picked up my positivity a little bit. My lows were earlier in the year. Although what was it? The back-to-back, what was it? Hornets and Rockets back-to-back? I was actually, no, let me rephrase that. I was pretty down on that team. Yeah. And then I liked how they ended the season. So I'll say that. And then one more. Seats are $230 for game 2 in OKC tomorrow. Seats are $230 for game 2 in OKC tomorrow. I went to both games in Philly and spent $1,000 for games 3 and 4 to sit 5 rows from the court. We all need to go to the finals. Listen, it's the plane ticket, right? That's going to be the most expensive part, or else we road trip it. Thanks, Find Your New York Captain. Hush with another one. Hush, you're the man. Just pondering on it. Brunson has been, I think, the greatest modern day New York athlete so far. I know Judge has a World Series appearance, but he chokes a lot. Those are the two. So just post Jeter and Mariano. Those are the 2 with Eli Manning in a solid 3rd, I would say. Lundqvist, I don't know when Lundqvist retired. What am I missing?
I'm just reading the question again. So this is, when does modern day?
That's what I'm going
begin?
through. Like, to me, it's like post Jeter.
So it's post 2015. If we're doing post 2015, he's number 1, right? And give me the guy that is mostly known for being someone that rises to the occasion.
Let me rephrase that. I was going more post Jeter's prime.
But even if you want to go post 2011, 2012, like that's still after Eli's 2nd Super Bowl.
This is the first time I've ever been on hockeyreference.com.
There's no hockey player that reaches
Lundqvist.
Jalen Brunson. Henrik Lundqvist made 1 Stanley Cup final.
That's a Hall of Famer. Spent his entire career with the Rangers.
That he's going to make the Hall of Fame having made the finals once. The Stanley Cup final once.
5-time All-Star.
There's no...
Sorry, 2-time All-Star. What is this?
No. It's apples and oranges. Because like what a hockey goalie is compared to what Jalen Brunson.
I don't watch hockey, so
I'm trying to explain it. Like,
okay,
Lundqvist is like the 15th greatest goalie ever, right? So it's like 2 different things. but because hockey, like so much is involved with puck luck, it's different to compare a hockey goalie to what a basketball player does. Like they're very much measured their greatness in how many cups they win, how many cups they hoist. That's why Brodeur has 3, and it's why he's I think 5 on that list. I think Brodeur is behind like Dominic Hasek and Patrick Waugh and guys like that.
I'm very proud I know who all these people are. Brunson ahead of Eli.
He's got to win one to get ahead of Eli. Everything we're experiencing right now at the Knicks in this run is the 2007 Giants run.
Except Eli was never like, you're one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the sport.
No. I think the second Super Bowl he has an argument for. Look, I'm the one that didn't until this summer think he was a Hall of Famer. But I think as far as the New York impact that we're discussing here, like Eli won the Super Bowl over Boston.
Whole career, one team.
Twice. Like played the Iron Man stretch, And look, I had literally to have it beat into me that he's a Hall of Famer. So I'm not the one to be the front lines of defending Eli, but like as far as him versus Brunson, I think Brunson has to win one first. We have to have a parade with Jalen Brunson at it to have him surpass Eli.
Last thing, if we want to go back a little bit further, post LT, the group is Brunson and Ewing for the Knicks.
Yeah. That's Jeter.
Jeter, Mariano, and Judge for the Yankees. That's 5.
Honest, I don't think Judge is there.
I'm trying
to add the context though. I don't think Judge is. Again, I will always defend what he is as a baseball player.
Isn't he like the best player in the sport?
Yeah, him or Ohtani. But
all right, so
like,
then
but was A-Rod ever as beloved as?
I forgot about A-Rod.
But like that's my point. Is Judge until he wins a title?
This isn't beloved. This is greatest.
So greatest modern day NY athlete.
Just
so we're just going by that. Then Judge is on that.
Put him in the group.
Yeah,
so
I think in that case, A-Rod has to be mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, but New York athlete because A-Rod was
2 MVPs with the Yankees. Like his best season was with the Yankees in 2007.
That I'll push back against because I was a Yankee fan during that time and I watched all those games and like yes, he was awesome, but he is no more a Yankee than he is a Ranger or a Mariner.
So if the fact that he was with other teams, then that's what you're doing there. Okay.
But Judge, Jeter, Mo, Ewing, Brunson, no Jet makes the list.
I not apologize to me.
Curtis Martin would be closest, and he's not.
Well, if we're doing greatness, Terrell Reeves should be mentioned, but just mentioned. I don't know if he cracks this list.
I don't think he cracks the list either. Yeah. Eli is the Giant, so that gets us to 6. You're saying, and then the only other one would be Messier.
So it's Messier, but Messier won a cup here.
No Met makes the list. Piazza would be the closest.
If we're just doing greatest modern day athlete, if we're not like counting beloved or what they meant to a city, what Met would I
listen?
make
Piazza
an argument
did make the World Series, and he was
Piazza
awesome
made the World Series. David Wright made a World Series.
I listen. I'm higher on Wright's career than I think a lot of legit Met fans. I don't
think you are. I think a lot of Mets fans are trying to campaign he's a Hall of Famer despite the back injury ending his career. Again, this is it's tough.
You know what? Piazza goes in the group.
Right. It's tough to have this conversation and not have all the tiebreakers be like parades, trophies,
Yeah.
Like that's why I used he's got to win a title to pass Eli barometer, because then you can eliminate all the Mets, all the Jets, even all the Rangers.
Listen, if he wins a title, then it's part of the. Then it's like there's Jeter and then you go like 50 years and then it's like all right, there's Jeter, there's Mo, there's LT, nobody else definitively higher than him over the last 50 years.
I actually think he would pass Mariano if he wins the title. It's Jeter, it's LT, it's Eli, it's Jalen Brunson.
If Brunson wins the title in this form, he goes ahead. I'm sorry, he goes ahead of Eli for me.
Well, for you, but I'm saying I can't. That 07 Super Bowl is as improbable as the comeback we saw tonight, and
yes,
he then won another one. Like that's why Eli winning it twice
and he has
to,
and he has numbers. Like I don't know nobody cares about football numbers, but like he does have numbers.
He's gonna make the Hall of Fame probably.
He should.
Yeah.
I just listen. We'll spend more time on this maybe this summer.
Well, 7 more wins, and we can have a even more fun conversation about it.
There you go. Brock, should we be concerned for OG? Not after what we saw in the last couple minutes, I think, of the game. I think he did enough. But concerned, yeah, sure, a little bit. Complete 180 from the Pacers game last year in Game 1 of the conference finals, where the Knicks blew a big fourth quarter lead on their home court and lost in overtime. JB's the best. Yes. Cosign. Thank you for the contribution. Austin, been celebrating this win. Came to check the post game and hype to see y'all are still alive. Yes, we are. KFS is the best. This was a cosmic win. Shit like this makes you believe anything's possible. Spiritual. That's a good word. I haven't used that word yet tonight. This was a spiritual evening for sure.
The super chat was sent 2 hours ago. And we're still alive.
Bill Peterfriend, what's going on, Bill? I'm still amazed at what we saw. Holy effing shit. If you're the Knicks, you feel like you stole one, you think? Ride this wave and learn from the grit used to make the comeback. Thank you, Bill, for the generosity here. Do you feel like you stole one? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if they're thinking about it in those terms. But like they weren't handed this. They were not handed this. They had to take it. So credit to them. New York Impact. Hello and sorry. Wow. Sorry. My wife too. I love you and the Knicks no matter what. Wow. What the fuck? What a great super chat.
He's you're currently going semi-viral on Twitter and the Instagram or the IG.
How? Why?
I posted the clip moments after your reaction to the Shamet 3 to put them up 9.
Oh, that's great.
It's you're very entertaining, John.
Listen.
Yes. Many people are like, "Yep, that was me." And full apology to the missus when it happened too. So, that's what I think NY Impact is referencing.
Got it. Thank you, New York Impact. I appreciate that. Jeff J. Hey, what's going on? Jeff Johnson, my guy. Long live the Juggernaut Knicks, team of destiny. The Men in Black Neuralizer wiped all memory of 2025 Game 1. We never win those games we have now. We're here now, excuse me. Penn 6 was a movie, an all-time playoff moment. I love the Neuralizer line. That's great. That's Jeff. There is nobody better with analogies than Jeff. He is top of the heap. Hush. Maybe rose-tinted glasses. New York sports. Nothing like it. I obviously we're biased, but no, I don't think there's anything like New York sports. Because just there's a quality about it. If you live in this city and you work in this city and you try to make your way in this city, there is a something about a mentality that you have to have, that you're told from a young age that yes, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. But boy, you better be willing to work your took us off to make it. And somehow, some way, that mentality seeps into fandom, and it's too simplistic to be like we take it more seriously, because that's not it. There's a lot of teams out there where their fan bases take it very seriously, but it is something linked to that like the grit and the and just the mentality, like I have to outwork the guy next to me. I can't. I don't know. I'll try to put it into words one day, but I think it's different here. Diego Mata, incredible episode. Thank you for all you do. Well, not done yet, but you're very welcome. It's our pleasure. I don't know who this person is. What the fuck? You're still going? No, I can't even. That's never anything. That's not anything she has ever said to me.
Oh,
I don't know who she is, but
well, that's unfortunate.
really
this
is.
person that you don't know their name has a second question. Looks like Dean Wade is pretty important, eh?
Hashtag vindication.
Hashtag vindicated. There you go.
It's great.
4 more.
Fabian Stewart. Everything about that was perfect. Love that RJ and Legs stopped flirting and let Breen be great for the last 8 minutes. Truly made it that much better. I can't say I listened to any of what any of those guys said in the broadcast.
Are you aware of the half bang?
No.
So Merrill's 3.
Assuming you're talking about a basketball call.
Yes, I'm talking about a basketball call. The Merrill 3 that went in and out, that went halfway down, with a second to go. Breen started to say bang, and he went but in and out, and then it's now the half bang.
I'm really happy that it was not a whole bang.
Yeah, we're all pretty happy that comeback wasn't erased by a whole bang, but instead we got to enjoy a half bang.
I don't know that I could have survived that.
Yeah, that would have been worse than Game 1 last year, personally.
No, but it would have been bad.
For me, it would have. To have the comeback happen and then you still lose, it would have just been. It would have felt like destiny the other way.
The only way that could have been worse than Game 1 of last year is if they lost after Shamet put them up by 9 overtime. That's the only way for me.
Yeah, I have more belief in this team. So I think that would have been that would have been the difference. I mean, look, we're talking about what would have been 2 of the worst losses in my life. So we're splitting hairs here.
William, what's going on? 8:45 a.m. in Germany, driving to work with a big dumb smile on my face after that drug trip of watching all possessions this morning. This fucking team, I will never doubt them again. Let's go Knicks. Let's go KFS. Awesome. Enjoy your day at work. Thank you for tuning in from halfway across the world. We appreciate you.
Pretty soon, people here in the States are going to be getting up for work.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I think both of my brother-in-laws leave for work like at 4 or something. End game. Jalen Brunson was committing UNC.
Unk abuse.
Unk abuse?
Yeah.
Oh,
James
Unk.
Harden.
Harden's Unk. Got it. On national TV by roasting James Harden. Also, shout out to Danhausen for cursing the Cavs. I really got to get into this Danhausen guy. Don't know what's. Yeah.
And last but not least,
54 LE 22. When Dean Wade hit that 3 and 1, I was ready to pack it up. Really didn't think they'd pull this off. Naming my kid Jalen Brunson. Somebody better. First of all, someone, I hope, well, it's tough because, like, it's tough to conceive a baby on a night like tonight because your wife is probably not staying up with you. But if anybody out there, had the opportunity to conceive a child tonight, definitely name that child Jalen Brunson. It's the least you could do. All right. That's something I can't do anymore, Fred.
Mink Daddy.
Mink Daddy. I can't. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this video and subscribe to this Knicks Film School, not program, channel. It was the funniest thing I've done all year.
The Knicks Film Show.
The Knicks Film School.
What
did I say?
It was, something like that.
No, it's the Knicks Film School show.
It was something like, I know the word show was in it.
It was definitely show.
I looked up when it happened. The fuck did he just call this? It's like nowhere in the LLC either. Like,
it's even funnier. Sorry, we're getting out of here. I'm supposed to send a newsletter out in the next hour and 38 minutes. Like a year or 2 ago, I forget what it was. You were like, is there a reason you stopped saying it's your boy John after Hey There Knicks fans? And I'm like, no, I forgot that I was supposed to do that.
It was one of those things where you developed a catchphrase. It's like, hey there, Knicks fans. How you doing? It's your boy, John. And then sometimes you just don't say one of the things. You're just like, hey there, it's me. And it's like, what happened to asking people how they're doing? Are you not their boy, John?
I don't know. I don't know.
And then for the post game, and as a nod to the dearly departed Low Post, it's welcome to.
Welcome to the Knicks Film School Postgame Show. I got that right.
It also helps to remember welcome to, which then leads into presented by our good friends at FANATICS Sportsbook. So
our very good friends.
That's just a vocal trick.
Shout out to our squad bet tonight. How about that?
We hit it.
We hit it. We did it, Joe. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Thank you everybody for watching. This is great. The fact that there's 4,800 people watching this at 3:23 in the morning is a testament to the greatness of Knicks fans. And I will just last thing, everybody watching this right now, live, tomorrow, listening, whatever, or not even hearing this, you do deserve this. We all deserve this. Every Knicks fan who has been through, whether it's 12 months of this team going back to game 1 last year, or 30 plus years in my case. I mean, we've had moments. We've had great moments. We've never had a moment like this. So cherish it. Hold on to it. Just get high off the fumes of it for the next 42 hours, however much longer we got. And let's get after it. Game 2, where we, of course, will be back for more funny games then. For Benjy Ritholtz, for Kev Words, and, of course, for the incomparable Andrew Claudio. I am Jonathan Macri. This has been another episode of the Knicks Film School Postgame Show presented by FANATICS Sportsbook. We'll be back with more fun and games before you know it. Peace out.